deep in the heart of the kingdom, there is a village where every single person shares the same burning hatred for one man. Most days, it is a picture-perfect scene, citizens living in peace while children laugh and play joyfully with their mothers. But that harmony shatters the second he walks by, his very presence radiating a dark, heavy energy that turns the atmosphere cold. He looks harmless enough, but everyone knows the unspoken rule. Don't meet his eyes, because that's just common sense when you're dealing with a corpse scraper. In this world, a corpse scraper is the lowest of the low, a job everyone loathes. A few moments later, our boy arrives at a local item shop. He steps inside, scaring the daylight out of the patrons, and the shopkeeper immediately sneers, asking what business a piece of trash like him has there. Naturally, the other customers scramble for the exit. Ignoring the insults, the boy dumps a heavy bag onto the counter, pouring out the loot he's desperate to sell. But for the merchant, a pile of scavenged scraps isn't exactly a treasure. It's just a nuisance. He offers a measly 3 copper coins, hardly 20% of the actual market price. Talk about a total ripoff. The boy, Alaric, yells that he won't stand for this robbery, but the shopkeeper just laughs, reminding him he's nothing but a pathetic, trashy scavenger. You see, this world is plagued by monsters, vicious beasts that are a constant threat to all of humanity. Because of that, the legends who hunt these creatures for a living are known as adventurers. These warriors clash with beasts daily, hunting for rare materials and gaining levels with every victory. In this land, a single level can mean a world of difference in power. At the end of the day, levels are the only thing that matters. And in a society where your level is your absolute authority. Our hero Alaric was the unlucky soul stuck at level 1 for a very, very long time. Later at a nearby market, Alaric asks a baker for some bread, and for once, the man is actually kind, handing it over and saying he'd kept some aside. Even so, Alaric starts to panic when it's time to pay because, big surprise, he's completely out of money again. The baker sighs, suggesting the boy give up on the adventurer dream and maybe look for a normal path in life. But Alaric knows that ship has sailed. To the world, he isn't an adventurer, he's just a dirty corpse looter. From the very start, all he ever wanted was to be a true hero of the kingdom. But when he finally started his journey, he realized he was cursed. He literally cannot gain experience, making it impossible to level up no matter what he kills. He still remembers the first time he took down a slime. A system message popped up saying experience gained, 0. He was absolutely desperate to find a way to get stronger. He kept fighting, hoping the system was just glitched, but those failed to gain experience messages just kept coming. Eventually, reality hit him like a brick. His fire went out and he ran completely out of gold. So, without even realizing how far he'd fallen, he started picking through the monster corpses left behind by real adventurers, becoming part of that miserable class called corpse scrapers. Since level 1 monster parts are worthless, his only hope of surviving is finding the remains of high-level beasts. But even a simple moment of peace is ruined when a group of bullies bumps into him, sending his only piece of bread flying into the dirt. Then, one of them grinds his boot into the food, just to remind Alaric that he's the trash of society. It's incredibly cruel, but to Alaric's misfortune, not a single person in the crowd speaks up for him. The term scavenger became a brand on his soul. The city hates him so much that a normal job is now completely out of the question. But here's the thing, he just wanted to follow his dream. No matter how much they spit on him, if he stops scraping these corpses, he's going to starve to death. That's why he's currently in a goblin den, praying for a lucky find. Suddenly, he catches a scent, rotten, heavy, and totally different from the usual filth. He turns a corner and stops dead. Right in front of him is the massive carcass of a dragon. From the looks of it, this thing was at least level 200. Alaric's heart starts racing. If he can salvage dragon materials, the price will be 10 times higher than anything he's ever found. The valuable scales are gone, of course, leaving only the stink pouch behind. It's a monster organ that smells so putrid that most hunters wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But as he's digging through the stench, Alaric realizes there is something solid hidden inside. He slices it open, and to his absolute shock, a nearly perfect set of full-plate armor is revealed. Suddenly, the armor begins to pulse with a terrifying, dark energy as he gets closer. Alaric freezes, realizing this is way more than he can handle. But then, a mysterious voice echoes in his head, commanding the boy to put it on. Since there isn't a soul in sight, the chilling truth hits him. That sound is coming from the suit of armor. Whatever dwells within that steel is definitely bad news. Alistair turns to bolt, but his luck has finally run out. He's instantly surrounded by a filthy pack of goblins. Just great, right? Panicking, our hero scans the darkness, trying to figure out where these wretched monsters even crawled out from. He realizes too late that he blew it by letting his guard down while scavenging. Right now, they're all level 1, exactly like him. But Alistair has 0 gear to defend himself. Outnumbered and backed into a corner, he's convinced he's about to be slaughtered. On the very first lunge, a goblin strikes and knocks the weapon clean out of his hands. He's totally defenseless. With a look of pure terror, he realizes this is the end. He stares at the monsters closing in, certain his life is over. To think his miserable life would finally end in a rotting, God-forsaken hole like this. His entire life flashes before his eyes in a heartbeat, but just before he gives up, that mysterious voice calls to him again. The energy feels even more suffocating now. Alistair knows that if he puts it on, the armor might just devour his soul. But hey, it's either get eaten by goblins or take a gamble on the cursed armor. He chooses the gamble. After all, facing the unknown is way better than being ripped apart by a horde of monsters. The moment he agrees to wear it, the system confirms ownership and starts an emergency installation. Alistair is frozen in place as the magic takes hold. Dark energy surges toward him, and suddenly the tide turns. You can see the pure, visible terror on the goblins' faces. That's because the installation of the Abyss Plate was a total success. Behold, the legendary Abyss armor. Alistair asks if the armor is an ally, and it simply responds, "The Master's word is law." It's not much of an answer, but Alistair decides to trust it for the time being. As 2 goblins lunged, he noticed the blade was incredibly sharp, just like his old one. They're only level 1, and with this sword, he can slice them like butter. And then, something absolutely unbelievable happens. The monster's life force condenses and flows right into Alistair. He mows down the rest of the pack instantly, feeling his body become light as a feather. Once again, the raw energy of the fallen monsters is funneled directly into the protagonist's body. His body feels so weightless now that it's almost like he's someone else entirely. Fueled by this insane power, Alistair charges forward, unleashing his full strength to wipe every last monster off the battlefield in a flash. And just like that, the chaos stops and a strange calm follows. Alistair can't believe he's still in one piece. A level 1 hero killing 5 goblins at once, that's unheard of. Those mysterious glowing lights entering his chest, it turns out they're massive power boosts. To his absolute shock, a message appears saying the levels have been successfully absorbed. Alistair has just jumped straight to level 6. Standing over the dead dragon and a pile of corpses, the system confirms his new status. Using this unparalleled level drain, the young hero tries to grasp what it actually means to be level 6. Alistair is baffled. His body was supposed to be completely incapable of ever gaining experience points. But the armor changes everything. The owner of the Abyss Plate can use a unique skill called level absorption. He can literally steal the levels of his defeated enemies. One look at his status screen confirms it, level 6 adventurer. His level is actually rising. This was real experience. He truly absorbed the power of every monster he just cut down. It all made sense the moment he felt that energy hit his chest. Alistair couldn't help it. He just broke down and started crying. After wiping his tears, he focused on his new blessing, the actual ability to level up. He had been so desperate for so long, but now his body moved with a freedom he'd never known. He'd only gained 5 levels, but it changed everything. Even the way he stood and walked felt different. However, once he remembered this armor came from inside a dead dragon, Alistair realized he smelled absolutely repulsive. But whatever, this armor is the reason he can finally grow. Suddenly, he stops as a brilliant idea hits him. This revelation is a total game changer for his entire future. The truth is, if he kills every single monster on this floor, he might actually become unstoppable. The armor doesn't seem to be hurting him, so why not take advantage? It's time to hunt down every last goblin. Suddenly, a goblin appears to challenge him, without Alistair even having to search for it. But one look at its shadow tells him everything. This isn't a normal monster like the others. Just sensing its presence makes Arthur freeze. This was supposed to be a low-level den for weak pests, nothing more. But the terror is real now. He's staring straight at a legendary level 35 goblin lord. As the boss of this entire hollow, Arthur can't wrap his head around why such a monster is even here. Then it clicks. The entrance, the stench. These monsters were lured in by that rotting dragon carcass, drawn to the smell of decay. The system flickers a warning. Against a level 35. Yeah, this fight is absolutely not recommended. But there's no way out. Arthur barely dodges the first strike, heart hammering against his ribs in pure, cold panic. He manages to parry the second, but the impact is brutal. He's sent flying across the cave until he slams into the jagged stone. Pain explodes in his back. This is the wall he can't seem to climb. Even with his new powers, he's still struggling. If this monster is his opponent, then Arthur is just another weakling waiting to be slaughtered. He lets out a scream of pure frustration. For a second, he actually felt strong, but the reality, he's still just as pathetic as before. Somehow, he scrambles away and slips into a narrow alley, his mind racing to find any way out of this hellhole. No luck. That legendary beast and its horde are completely blocking the only exit. For a moment, he thinks about just hiding like a coward until the storm passes. But then, a level 1 goblin jumps him. The little monster lunges at him, screeching like a maniac. Big mistake. Arthur isn't in the mood. He grabs it by the skull and smashes it into the wall with zero mercy. In this world, levels are absolute. Even monsters should know when they're outmatched. Victory, Arthur hits level 7. Wait, he'd almost forgotten. He can level up fast now. Maybe, just maybe, he can actually take down that leader. Just minutes ago, he was staring death in the face. But now, the tables have turned. He has a real chance to tear through these monsters and survive. He sticks to the shadows, hunting down the smaller goblins and absorbing their essence until their levels start flowing into him. The logic is simple now. The strongest survives, and Arthur is hungry for more power. He knows better than anyone how the weak are oppressed. He lived that nightmare for far too long. After an intense grinding session in the depths of the dungeon, Arthur finally hits level 15. That's when the system chimes in, pointing him toward a hidden chamber just ahead. He steps inside and, holy hell, a mountain of gold, more than he's ever seen in his life. It's the grim remains of every adventurer who ever failed to make it out of these tunnels. If he's going to risk his life, he might as well get paid. Then, a specific chest catches his eye. He flips the lid and finds something better than gold. High-grade health potions, dozens of them. These are literal lifesavers. He needs to pack as many as he can for the fight ahead. The system actually listens, confirming that it's expanding his storage to fit the loot. Before he can even ask how, a strange light glows on his greaves, forming perfect slots for the vials. Talk about convenient. Arthur actually takes a second to thank the system for being so proactive. He'd love to take the gold too, obviously, but that kind of weight would just slow him down in a fight. Priority 1, get out of this dungeon alive. Everything else comes second. Besides, he's actually strong now. If he makes it back to the kingdom, he can make a fortune just selling monster parts. But then he hears it. Voices, muffled crying. He's terrified, but his curiosity won't let him walk away. His heart is in his throat as he inches forward. He ducks behind a crate and sees her, a young girl, bound and captured by the goblins. She's sobbing, absolutely terrified. Arthur doesn't even hesitate. He rushes out and slices through her ropes. Thank God he didn't leave. The girl is from the village of 𝒉𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒍, and she thanks her savior, Millicent, from the bottom of her heart. She's hesitant, but she eventually asks for the name of the warrior who saved her. Arthur pauses. "I'm Arthur," he says, bracing for the reaction. He's the guy everyone calls the infamous corpse looter of the city. Millicent's eyes go wide. She's heard the rumors. Everyone said Arthur was a terrible person. But looking at him now, she realizes the rumors were all lies. This wasn't some trash scavenger. He was the man who pulled her back from a cruel fate. To her, he wasn't a looter. He was her dear savior. All Arthur ever wanted was to be a true knight-errant, a hero who actually makes a difference. So he tells Mia to stick close, swearing on his life that he'll get her back to her village in one piece. And honestly, he wasn't even nervous. If anything, there was a flicker of genuine excitement hidden in his heart. Suddenly, he senses a shift in the air. He tells Mia to stay low behind the rocks and not to make a sound. The stench of goblins. He looks over the ridge and realizes it's not just a couple of scouts, it's a whole raiding party. Maybe 20 of them in total. They're only level 1, while Arthur has already climbed his way up to level 15. Numbers don't scare him anymore. In his mind, these monsters are just fuel to push his power even higher. The goblins shriek, charging at our hero with rusted blades and pure malice. But Arthur is a blur of steel. He carves through them without a second thought, hunting down the last few survivors with cold efficiency. Level drain successful. Thanks to his unique ability, Arthur's attacks are hitting harder and faster with every kill. He effortlessly sidesteps a clumsy lunge from one snarling beast. The others coming from behind, they couldn't even touch him. He leaps high into the air, using the height to rain down a lethal counterattack and strip their levels away. Believe it or not, Arthur was actually starting to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. The terrified looks on their ugly faces didn't change a thing. He just kept cutting them down. Even with half their pack dead, the remaining goblins are desperate, throwing everything they have at him in a final suicide run. Big mistake. He charges straight into the chaos and clears the field with a single, sweeping strike. Then, amidst the silence of the carnage, the system chimes. Breakthrough. The armor's power has just skyrocketed to level 35. Mia is absolutely terrified by the slaughter and begs him to leave while they still can. But Arthur shakes his head. Not yet. All this blood on the ground. It's definitely going to attract some unwanted company. And here he is, the strongest of the pack. That same legendary goblin king from before. It's time for the rematch. Arthur just smirks as the beast emerges. He knew it would show. The legendary monster lets out a roar that shakes the very trees. It's a fair fight now. Both the warrior and the beast are sitting at level 35. Arthur isn't that same weakling who had to run for his life last time. Not by a long shot. The goblin boss doesn't wait around, lunging forward with a strike meant to end the fight instantly. "Nice try," Arthur says. He counters with a brutal slash to the gut, dropping the massive brute right onto its knees. But suddenly, the minions swarm in, trying to shield their king. About 10 of them. Arthur knows he can't waste time on these small fries while the boss is still breathing. He shouts back to Mia, "Throw me a knife, anything." Panicking, Mia doesn't know which one to pick, so she just chucks the entire bundle of daggers into the air. She's shouting apologies as the blades scatter, but Arthur just laughs. Perfect. His reflexes are on point. He snatches 2 daggers midair and begins hurling the others like a storm of steel at the approaching minions. It's a masterclass in timing. Catch, aim, throw, one after another the goblins fall. He stands over the fallen scouts, a few knives still in hand. "Talk about bad luck," he mutters. He actually thanks the minions for trying to help. Why? Because their deaths just gave him the ultimate edge for the final showdown. Absolute domination. After wiping out the squad, Arthur's power surges all the way to level 45. But the boss isn't done. It screams in fury, launching a desperate sneak attack from Arthur's blind spot. Arthur blocks it, thinking his higher level makes him invincible, but the impact nearly knocks him off his feet. He can't believe it. The pressure is intense. Even with that gut wound, the monster hasn't slowed down one bit. Then he spots it, a glowing artifact on the monster's arm, an enchanted strength bracer. It's a rare magic item, and you can practically see the dark energy pulsing out of it. Usually, gaining levels is a slow, grueling process for most people. That's why adventurers rely on enchanted gear to boost their combat power. Arthur just never expected a monster to be packing high-tier loot too. Fine, if that's how it is, the plan is simple. Break the bracelet, kill the beast. He ducks under another bone-crushing swing, his focus sharpening to a razor edge. This isn't going to be easy, but no more holding back. It's time to go all in and finish this. He's done holding back. Arthur channels every ounce of his newfound strength to wipe this beast off the map as their blades clash with a deafening ring. But our boy is relentless, pushing forward with such raw force that the monster is forced to dig its heels into the dirt just to stay standing. Still, the beast finds an opening, landing a heavy sideswipe that sends Arthur skidding across the stone floor. Not gonna lie, he's looking a bit annoyed now. But then it clicks. He remembers the throwing daggers he used to clear out those smaller pests earlier in the tunnels. He snatches them up and lets one fly, but the big guy swats it away with a massive, rusted cleaver. So Arthur just throws another, forcing the beast to guard again. Perfect. Distraction achieved. While the monster's focus is split, our hero lunges straight for its ugly face. The creature's fast, but Arthur's faster. Using the beast's own weapon as a stepping stone, he vaults over and sinks a dagger right into its side. And just like that, he nails his real target. It wasn't the kill he was after, it was the bracelet. The moment that enhancement charm shatters on the floor, the playing field is officially leveled. Looking down on the beast with total confidence, Arthur makes it clear. It's time to stop playing with small fry. Think back to when he first entered this den. He was terrified, just a weak kid shaking in his boots. But the tables have turned. Now, he's the predator. Arthur stares him down and asks if the monster is ready to feel what real terror is like. No words, just a blood-curdling roar from the beast. Arthur vanishes, reappearing in a blur of motion as he hammers against the goblin's defenses with insane speed. Total overkill. The beast's guard crumbles and it's sent crashing into the stone wall, bleeding and broken. Arthur just walks up, nice and slow. He asks the monster how it feels to be the weak one for once, before raining down a flurry of ruthless slashes. Nothing personal, he mutters. I'm just trying to make it home in one piece. He disarms the beast completely. The monster that seemed like an invincible wall just a few minutes ago is now totally helpless. All those insults about him being a body scavenger, they're going into the dirt along with his old, pathetic self. Even with one arm, the monster swings a desperate fist, but Arthur just holds his blade steady. It's over in a single heartbeat. In a weird way, he actually thanks the beast for the power-up. As the body fades, glowing essence floods into Arthur's dark armor. Boom! System check. Arthur's power just rocketed up to a staggering level 80. Arthur calls for Alina to come out from hiding. She's absolutely speechless at what she just witnessed. Our boy is becoming a total legend. But for some reason, Arthur isn't celebrating. He doesn't feel excited at all. He harvests the prize, a rare dread goblin tusk. He never imagined he'd actually hold a treasure this valuable in his life. Alina offers to tuck it away in her enchanted bag, which is already bursting with gold coins and rare fragments they've scavenged. Arthur feels bad for making her carry everything, but she just brushes it off with a smile. She's got his back. So what's next? She asks. We've got the loot, time to head back to the village. But Arthur isn't in a hurry to get back home anymore. He knows if he leaves now, these monsters will just keep terrorizing the kingdom and kidnapping more innocent people. He asks Alina to stick with him a bit longer. He wants to venture deeper to make sure no more monsters are left to cause trouble. New mission, total extermination. He's going to hunt down every single goblin in this godforsaken cave. Eventually, they finally make it back to 𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔. By now, Arthur has hit level 100, and honestly, it's a bit scary. At level 100, there isn't much in this world that can actually stand a chance against him. He finally feels like a real adventurer. Alina is baffled, though she's never even heard of a warrior in this region reaching triple digits. Arthur isn't just some local hunter anymore. He's officially the strongest man in the village. He can barely wrap his head around it. He spent so much time just trying to survive that he never bothered to look at anyone else. The way he absorbs levels from fallen enemies, that totally shocked Alina at first. But now she's convinced he's destined for greatness. She tells him she'll be right there cheering him on the whole way. They're sharing a nice moment until, of course, a group of local thugs shows up, sneering at the corpse scraper. Arthur recognizes the leader immediately, Cedric. The white-haired jerk starts mocking Arthur's new set of black armor. The whole squad starts laughing, assuming he just bought fancy gear to hide the fact that he's still a level 1 loser. Cedric sneers, telling him that no amount of shiny armor can fix a total lack of talent. He's going on and on about how a level 1 can't do squat until Arthur tells him to shut his mouth. In a flash, he's right in Cedric's face. With an expression that would make a demon sweat, he lets them know he's officially out of patience. Arthur asks one more time, staying polite, but Sir Julian, he's clearly rattled by the sudden pressure. Then, remembering Arthur's low status, Julian snaps. He delivers a brutal kick that sends our hero sliding back. In his eyes, Arthur is just a pathetic scavenger who should never speak so boldly. But just as Julian lunges forward to finish the job with another aggressive strike, Arthur moves. He slams the bully straight into the dirt. As Julian's friends tremble, Arthur looks them dead in the eye. "Who's next?" Silence. Not a single soul dared to move. Julian is losing his mind. How could a level 20 knight possibly be overpowered by a level 1 peasant? It makes zero sense. That's when Arthur drops the truth bomb. He tells the guy that he doesn't even possess a quarter of Arthur's true strength. Everyone scrambles to open their status screens to check the scavenger's real rank. The whole group goes into shock. It's impossible, but the numbers don't lie. It was true. Arthur was level 100. To everyone standing there, he was no longer a man, he was a literal monster. Arthur finds the whole thing hilarious. Yesterday he was just trash, and today, now they're calling him a monster. Talk about irony. He warns them he just wants a quiet life as an adventurer, but nobody's listening. The second they saw that level 100 tag, the entire group turned tail and bolted. Mila wasn't surprised at all. To her, it was obvious. Arthur wasn't the same broken man he used to be. With a soft smile, she tells him it's time to start having more confidence in himself. She drags him toward the city to spread the word. Later, at the local merchant's shop, the old owner barks at Arthur, asking what a loser like him wants. Same as always, Arthur calmly tells him he's here to sell some loot. The old man scoffs. He says it doesn't matter how pretty the packaging is, scavenger loot is always complete garbage. But Arthur has an ace up his sleeve. He looks the old man in the eye and asks if what he brought this time is also trash. He pulls it out and the rude vendor's jaw hits the floor. It's a legendary goblin tusk, a legendary tier item. He stammers, demanding to know where a kid got something so rare. Arthur just shrugs and says he defeated the beast himself. Of course, the old man doesn't believe a word of it. That's when Mila steps in. She dumps their entire haul from the last expedition right onto the table, a mountain of high-tier treasures. Arthur leans in. "You buying, or should I take my business to the next town?" He doesn't have time for games anymore. Even though he's a jerk, the merchant knows gold when he sees it. He agrees to buy every single piece. With a cold, fake smile, Arthur tells him to make sure the price is fair. Afterward, they head to the city's food market to find the local baker. This baker was the only one who ever showed him kindness. So, Arthur hands him a heavy bag overflowing with gold coins. The old man is stunned. Arthur explains that he finally took down a high-rank boss, and he's just grateful he never gave up. The old baker doesn't think twice. He pulls the boy into a massive, proud hug. He tells Arthur how happy he is that the boy stayed the course. But suddenly, a deafening roar echoes from the village entrance. Arthur tells him they'll finish the chat later. At the gates, a pack of frost werewolves is tearing the place apart. One of the beasts lunges, ready to turn a terrified little girl into its afternoon snack. But at the very last second, Arthur flashes in. He saves the girl and puts himself between her and the beast. Arthur looks at the monsters. Something feels off about their behavior. He tells them if they wanted to raid this village, they're exactly one day too late. Because as long as he's standing there, not a single wolf is crossing that threshold. These things are level 8 werewolves. Normally, the town guards would have handled this before they even reached the walls. But Captain Julian and his elite squad, they saw the danger and ran. Arthur realizes he's the only one left to fix this mess. He knows it's his responsibility to act now. One werewolf lunges at the boy. But Arthur dodges like it's nothing. With his current stats, he could slaughter as many of these things as he wants. The real problem, they aren't all focusing on him. The wolves are splitting up to hunt the civilians, and Arthur can't be everywhere at once. If he doesn't move now, innocent people are going to die. One villager collapses in terror as a wolf closes in, just one step away from being eaten alive. But Arthur is there. He shields the man with his own body and executes the beast in one clean motion. He asks the man if he's okay. The citizen looks up, realizing his savior is the same scavenger everyone used to hate. Arthur doesn't wait for a thank you. He just turns back to handle the situation. The fight isn't over yet. He knows they still hate him. He's still the scavenger in their eyes. But that's no reason to let them die. As he moves, the crowd starts to realize Arthur is the only one saving them. He charges toward the final monster. Once this one falls, it's over. With a single, devastating strike, he puts the last opponent down for good. And just like that, his unique power absorption kicks in. His level, it surges all the way up to 172. Something's wrong. The counter only ticked up by 72, but Alaric distinctly counted 10 of those beasts earlier. Do the math, 10 kills should have boosted him by 80 levels. That means one of those monsters is still breathing, and it's hiding. There, perched on a thatched roof, the final beast is coiling its muscles, ready to pounce on a helpless little girl. Just as Alaric spots it, the creature ignores him entirely and lunges straight for its tiny target with a ferocious snarl. Panic sets in. Even with all this new power coursing through him, Alaric realizes he might be too late to save a life. It's happening. The girl looks up, eyes wide with terror as the werewolf's claws are just inches away from her face. No, he won't let this happen. Alaric bets everything on a single throw. One sword, one chance, one shot at salvation. He puts every ounce of focus into this. It has to be perfect. The beast is a blur of fur and teeth, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Wham! The blade streaks through the air, slamming into the werewolf with enough force to send the monster tumbling far away from the girl. Safe, but as the dust settles, the girl realizes her savior is none other than the village's lowly grave scavenger. But she saw him save her. Throwing aside all her fear and prejudice, she bows her head and offers him a sincere thank you. For the first time, Alaric actually feels happy, but the moment is short-lived as the townsfolk of Ashbourne start gathering around him. Among the crowd, one man steps forward with a stern look, demanding a private word with Alaric. Here we go. Alaric's already bracing for a headache, expecting them to be angry that a filthy scavenger stepped in to help. Another person steps up, and Alaric just turns to walk away. "I'll leave," he mutters. "I know I'm not welcome here." But then something unexpected happens. They tell him to wait. The words they say, a simple, genuine thank you. Because of him, the village is still standing. Even the young lad from earlier, who thought Alaric was just acting tough, looks humbled. He saw it with his own eyes. Alaric literally put his own life on the line to shield them from the slaughter. I appreciate what you did, the boy stammers. Honestly, Alaric is completely caught off guard by the kindness. Then the little girl's mother approaches. She doesn't just say thanks, she bows low in total gratitude for her daughter's life. Our hero turns beet red. He's so embarrassed he practically begs the woman to stand back up. He explains he just couldn't stand by and watch. He knows his reputation as a scavenger won't vanish overnight, but still. With this newfound power, Alaric makes a vow. He's going to be an adventurer who actually protects people. The boy gives a small smirk. Fine then, we'll be watching you. That's all Alaric could ever ask for. That morning, he was just a scavenger digging through dirt. By sunset, he was the hero who saved all of Ashbourne. The next day, life in the small town is finally back to its peaceful, quiet rhythm. Millicent spots our hero and runs over with a bright smile. But she stops, confused. Why isn't he wearing that epic armor? Alaric just gives a cocky little snap of his fingers. Get this, he figured out how to equip and unequip the gear instantly. Millicent's eyes practically turn into stars. She thinks it's the coolest thing she's ever seen. This armor is his ticket to becoming a legendary adventurer. He really hit the jackpot finding it back in that goblin den. He still can't figure out why a massive dead dragon was rotting in that hole. But hey, a win is a win. For now, anyway. Meanwhile, far from the village, screams of "run" echo through the air. They're back at the dragon's resting place. 𝒉 is screaming at the top of his lungs, telling his team to get the hell away from that thing right now. His teammates bolt, but it's too late. In a flash, a massive pool of blood tells you exactly what happened to those two. Terrified and desperate, the group leader bellows out, "What are you? Who are you?" at the figure looming in the dark. The being doesn't say a word. It just stares with cold eyes as arcs of violent electricity start crackling around its body. The adventurer just lets out a hollow, desperate laugh. He knows. This is the end. Then the energy reaches a boiling point. Without a shred of mercy, the mysterious monster unleashes a blinding beam of pure destruction at full force. Even Alaric hears the rumble from miles away and wonders if his ears are playing tricks. See, a while back, 𝒉's crew was hunting a one-eyed troll. The beast was already bleeding out, and 𝒉 barked at his men to keep the pressure on, no letting it escape. Thinking it was an easy payday, the crew agreed and chased the wounded monster straight into the mouth of a goblin cave. 𝒉 was grumbling the whole time about the massive fine they got for ditching the village werewolf hunt earlier. That's exactly why they couldn't afford to lose this kill. They needed the gold, and they needed it badly. Inside the cave, the exhausted troll is barely dragging itself along when it catches a scent. Something powerful, right in the center of the dark. It followed its nose, drawn by the overwhelming stench of that massive, decomposing dragon carcass. Weirdly enough, Arthur doesn't smell rot. He smells lunch. While the rest of his squad is gagging, he's actually getting hungry. Julian is leading the way, certain they're close, when bam, something stops him dead in his tracks. The stench of a decaying dragon is enough to make any knight lose his breakfast. But Arthur, his eyes are locked on something way more disturbing. There it is, right in the middle of that dragon carcass. The troll they were hunting is literally face-deep in dragon meat, gorging itself like a demon. And then things get really messy. The second-in-command realizes the vibe is shifting, and not in a good way. Suddenly, something erupts from inside the beast. Julian pales, realizing they've stepped into a complete nightmare. Arthur follows that weird sound from earlier. He wasn't hallucinating. There's a heavy, suffocating pressure in the air. And it's all bleeding out from right here, this exact spot. Then crack, another sound way louder this time. Arthur goes stone-cold serious. The smell of death gets thicker as he pushes deeper into the cave, until he sees the massive dragon corpse. But when he reaches the spot where he first found the abyssal armor, it's a bloodbath. That troll has transformed and is absolutely tearing Julian's knights apart. The monster spots a new challenger. It swats away Julian's last man like a fly, locking its terrifying gaze right on our hero. Even Arthur's heart skips a beat. This thing, it's unlike any beast in the king's bestiary. But hey, he's level 180 now. He's feeling himself. There's no way he loses this, right? He preps for a one-shot kill. Simple. But then the armor system starts screaming. The level gap is way too wide. Engagement not advised. Yeah, that's code for run. Arthur hesitates for just a second, and that's all the monster needs. It lunges. The armor flashes a red alert, dodge now. Too late. Arthur takes a massive blow that sends him eating dirt. He's face down in the mud, bleeding and broken. He needs to know what he's up against, so he scans the monster's stats. And holy hell, the system wasn't joking. This thing is a level 200 fallen variant. The armor starts pinging again. High energy detected. It's all gathering right in the troll's skull. It's screaming at him to move, but Arthur, he's pinned. He can't move a muscle. The warnings just keep looping, getting louder and faster as the monster charges its final strike. Arthur tries to force his body to move. He has to. If he doesn't, he's dead meat, just another body for the pile. 10 seconds, that's the estimate. And since he's paralyzed, his mind starts drifting to the worst-case scenario. He fights for it. Grabbing his sword, he forces himself onto one knee. 1 second left, he's almost up. But the monster doesn't care about his heroic comeback. It fires. Boom! Arthur is blasted through the air and slammed into a stone wall. Everything goes dark. Lucky break, though. Seeing the boy limp on the ground, the monster figures he's finished and just wanders off. A bit later, Arthur groans back to life. What the hell was that? The armor chimes in. It basically tricked the beast into thinking he was already a corpse. Talk about a lucky star, but he's in rough shape. Like, should be dead rough shape. The armor's advice, chug some potions, fast. He remembers those goblin potions he swiped earlier. He downs one, and once he can actually feel his legs again, he realizes he owes those green bastards a thank you. No time to celebrate. He's gotta move. That monster is definitely heading straight for Riverton Village. But before he can take a step, a voice calls out, "Hey, scavenger." It's Julian. He's a bloody mess, but somehow still breathing. And get this, the guy has the nerve to demand Arthur's healing potions. He's still acting like the big shot noble, calling Arthur trash. Unbelievable. It gets worse. He literally tells Arthur that once he heals up, he's gonna bolt and use the village as a distraction. Julian starts screaming again, getting more pissed by the second. The potions, now. He's coughing up blood, losing his mind from the pain and the sheer terror of it all. Arthur actually stops and thinks about it. He asks the abyssal armor for a quick diagnosis. The verdict, fatal. Julian's a dead man walking. It's just going to be a few more minutes of pure agony. Arthur nods. He's got one more question for the system. Can level drain work on a human? System says yes. Arthur looks at Julian with a cold kind of pity. Sorry, pal, you're beyond saving. Deep down, Julian knew it too. He was just desperately clinging to an illusion to escape the pain. Alaric looks down at the fallen knight, whispering that only one mercy remains to end this agonizing torment once and for all. Cedric already knows his time is up, meeting his gaze and simply asking for a swift end with zero regrets. Honestly, Alaric never liked the guy, but even he finds it gut-wrenching to say goodbye to a comrade like this. No more talk. He delivers the blow, and as he absorbs Cedric's essence, our hero finally hits the legendary level 200. Fast forward a bit. Deep in the forest, the beast stalks forward until the first stone cottages of the village come into view. It's pure hunter instinct now. It smells the humans, and it's hungry for a massacre. But wait, Alaric intercepts. He drops from nowhere, delivering a brutal slash to the beast's arm that sends a jolt of pure agony through its massive frame. Not wasting a second, he pushes his speed to the absolute limit, telling the monster straight up, "I'm done losing to you." He lunges again, but this time, the monster is smart. It shifts, blocking the strike with terrifying precision. Sword leveled at the beast, Alaric warns the troll that it missed its chance to kill him. Now, their power levels are dead even. Enough games. Alaric calls him out right there, ready to settle this grudge once and for all. But first, a warning. Keep your guard up because I'm not holding back. Look, he didn't like Cedric, but being forced to kill someone he knew with his own hands. Alaric has never been this pissed off in his entire life. The beast lunges. Confident it can crush him, it swings a massive blow from below, aiming to launch him into the sky. Smooth move. Alaric uses the monster's own shoulder as a platform, vaulting high and landing a heavy strike on its back before it can even blink. The hit connects, but damn, those wings are tougher than they look. It barely left a scratch. Suddenly, the beast begins channeling raw energy into its eye. Alaric sees it coming and thinks, not this time, pal. But check this out. The monster was faking. It was a total feint to lure him in close. It catches Alaric off guard with a brutal kick, then grabs a literal tree, swinging the entire trunk like a club to smash our hero into the dirt. The impact is insane. Alaric is sent flying, a human cannonball tearing through the landscape. He smashes through tree after tree until he's finally pinned, hard, against a jagged rock wall. Even though they're the same level now, the playing field is just level. No easy wins here, it's a total dogfight. The monster keeps throwing fakes, but Alaric has an ace up his sleeve. He downs another potion, his secret weapon. Pure rage takes over. He screams that it's not over yet, charging straight into the path of that glowing energy beam. The system chimes in with the bad news. This attack, it's completely unstoppable. Absolute destruction is coming. Pivot. He dodges at the very last millisecond, lunging forward with every ounce of strength left in his blade. The troll tries to hide behind its armored wings, but Alaric's fury is too much. He shears through them like paper, nearly cutting the beast in two. Finally, the beast is reeling from the damage, and Alaric realizes he's actually making progress against this nightmare. But then the monster stops. It's not looking at him anymore. It's looking at the village, the reflection of the homes burning in its eyes. Alaric's heart sinks. He knows exactly what's about to happen, and it's bad. With a massive burst of power, the beast leaps into the air, hurtling toward the center of the village where the most people are. It happened way too fast. Alaric couldn't stop the jump, but he knows he has to move, now. He sprints after it, heart pounding, knowing if he doesn't catch that thing, the whole village is toast. High above the terrified citizens, the shadow of the beast looms like a literal omen of death. Before anyone can even scream, a massive explosion rocks the square, sending everyone into a blind panic. And out of the smoke crawls the fallen variant, letting out a roar that says one thing: I'm the king here now. Alaric is still in pursuit, but his blood runs cold when he realizes the monster is already inside the gates. It starts laying waste to everything. Buildings crumbling, people running for their lives, begging for a hero to save them. And then, the troll starts charging that beam again. Alaric can't believe it. Seriously, this joke again. Then the worst happens. The beam fires, cutting a path of total ruin through several houses in a heartbeat. Alaric leaps from a rooftop, a blur of motion fueled by a rage that's honestly hard to describe. The beast blocks, using its arm to shield its eye while trying to brush Alaric off like a fly. But he's not going anywhere. He vaults over it, cutting off its path and hammering away at the fallen variant's defenses with everything he's got. For a few breathless seconds, it's a stalemate, blade against bone, but Alaric, he's not backing down. He readies one final, massive strike. He's got to protect this village, and he's willing to die to make sure he does. Pushing its cursed power to the limit, the abomination channels energy into its glowing eye and unleashes a searing beam with terrifying speed. Leaving zero room for a defense, the beast snatches Arthur right out of the air before he can even react. With a brutal overhead slam, it hammers him into the cobblestones of Eldermount, triggering a massive explosion and giving the monster a chance to break into a run again. But our hero refuses to go down like this. As the only adventurer in the territory strong enough to face this thing, he forces his battered body to stand. With a look of pure, grim determination, he swears to end this nightmare once and for all. Nearby, Master Barnaby the baker has the misfortune of running into the variant, but he doesn't flinch even when the beast tries to shatter his spirit with a roar. In a tiny frontier village like this, the old man knows there's nowhere to hide. He chooses to stand his ground, waiting and praying for a hero to reach him in time. And his faith pays off. Arthur manages to burst onto the scene just seconds before disaster strikes. With a self-deprecating smirk, Arthur jokes that he's probably way too clumsy to be anyone's idea of a legendary savior. But honestly, since the lad actually came to his rescue, Barnaby couldn't care less about the labels. Still, Arthur admits he's not sure he can actually win, even if their raw power levels are finally dead even. The baker just scoffs, digs into a nearby crate, and tells him to drop the pessimism before tossing him a crust of bread as a gift. Taking a closer look, Arthur realizes it's the exact same kind of hard bread he used to eat back when he was nothing but a lowly scavenger. The old man chuckles, noting that compared to those starving days, this situation really isn't so bad. Arthur takes a bite and winces, complaining that it tastes absolutely terrible, but that familiar spark of motivation fills him with fresh courage. The knight levels his sword at the beast, shouting for it to get ready because the real fight starts right now. This time, our hero takes the initiative, charging forward and using a clever feint. He fakes a strike at the monster's eye to create an opening at its arm, but to his shock, the beast is fast enough to snatch him midair with its free hand. Without a second thought, the monster hurls the boy away, sending him flying over the thatched roofs until he crashes hard into the dirt. Arthur gasps for air, his mind racing as he desperately tries to figure out how to actually wound this mountain of muscle. Suddenly, a soft whimper catches his ear, and he turns to see a small, terrified child hiding just a few feet away. Arthur screams for the little one to run as fast as possible, but the kid is completely paralyzed by a massive panic attack. To make a bad situation worse, the abomination instinctively zeroes in on the weakest prey. In a heartbeat, it lunges toward the child with a blood-curdling roar, preparing a terrifying attack that looks absolutely lethal. At the absolute last second, Arthur teleports into the path of the blow, taking the full force of the attack to shield the boy. The child manages to scramble away from the impact zone, but Arthur is left reeling. His current strength just isn't enough to push back. He begs the child to run one more time, his voice filled with a desperate sincerity because he knows he can't hold out much longer. As the monster readies a finishing blow, the hero asks the boy to find just an ounce of courage, even though his entire body is shaking. The kid finally stands up, promises to try, and sprints away without looking back, leaving Arthur alone with a monster that looks very satisfied. The system blares a grim warning. The enemy has finished charging its energy, and an immediate retreat is the only recommended move. Arthur just whispers an apology to his abyss plate, because this time, following orders simply isn't an option. There's no more time to wait. The laser erupts from the monster's eye, a beam of pure destruction that levels houses and slams directly into our hero. Somehow, Arthur remains standing, having blocked the hit with his blade, but the sheer, overwhelming power is unlike anything he's ever felt. Even at the same level, the gap in combat skill is just too wide. Bleeding from the heavy damage, Arthur reaches for a healing potion. But his heart sinks when he realizes the vial must have shattered when he was thrown through those buildings. He tries to move, but his strength is fading, and he feels himself slipping into a dark abyss, haunted by the thought that he failed to protect Eldermount. Yet, even in that darkness, a small part of him refuses to let go of the hope of getting back up to finish the fight. In the silence of his mind, Arthur desperately pleads for someone, anyone, to help him. As if answering his prayer, a final potion is suddenly poured into his mouth. When he opens his eyes, he's staring right at a mysterious girl. Arthur scrambles to his feet, demanding to know who she is and where she came from. She doesn't hide a thing, introducing herself simply as Lady Aliner. She's just a girl from this village who's determined to protect the home she loves so much. But before they can say another word, a bone-chilling noise from the abomination, reminds Arthur that he needs to get back into the fray, and fast. But before they move, she admits she's been watching from the shadows, seeing our hero fight like a demon to keep Oakhaven safe. Seeing that he still cares this much for the village, honestly, it makes her incredibly happy. She reaches out, begging him to run with her, but Arthur isn't having it. If he leaves, who stops the beast? But then, Alina drops some truth. If he falls here, the entire village is doomed. There won't be anyone left to save. Even with the chaos rising, she's firm. With those wounds, he needs to stay far away from that monster. He hates admitting it, he really does. But Arthur knows she's right. He needs time to heal. Then, boom, the very beast they were talking about drops from the sky to face them. Alina grabs his hand, and seeing no other choice, Arthur finally agrees to retreat until he's back at full power. They duck into a narrow alley, where Arthur finally asks, how does she even know his name? She just smiles. Apparently, Sir Arthur is quite the legend around these parts. The scavenger knight, he asks. Yeah, that's part of it, but there's more to the story. To Alina, he isn't just a scavenger. She truly considers him a hero. She was there the day the werewolves raided the town. She saw what he could do, and that's why she believes in him. If anyone can fix this mess, she's certain it's him. No doubt about it. Looking at her hopeful face, Arthur clenches his fist. He makes a solemn vow to save the village exactly what she needed to hear. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. A human scream. They rush over to find a bandit dragging a terrified girl out of the city. Pure scum. The man is actually thanking the monster. With the chaos, there's no one to stop him from making some easy gold. Naturally, Arthur is absolutely disgusted by these vultures. Alina feels the same, but then something catches her off guard. Before Arthur can even say a word, he realizes they aren't the only ones hiding. A man grabs Alina from behind. Just like that, the girl who saved our hero is now a hostage. The bald thug gets real serious. If Arthur wants her to live, he's going to have to play ball. Step 1, get over to that carriage. Arthur doesn't argue, he just does it. He's kicked toward the wagon, and the bandit leader looks totally confused by the whole situation. He said he didn't need a man, but then his eyes land on the girl they just captured. He looks her up and down with a nasty grin. A girl this pretty, she's going to be worth a fortune. Arthur is repulsed. Don't you people have a shred of conscience at a time like this? He asks. The bandit laughs. Conscience, please. They came here specifically to sack the village. He tells Arthur he's lucky. They weren't the ones who had to do the killing today. That's the final straw. Arthur is absolutely livid. He's ready to tear this trash apart. The leader spots the fire in his eyes and leans in. You an adventurer, he sneers. Silas whispers in his ear, telling him how pathetic it is to be this powerful and still be helpless. They get ready to move out. The leader tells the bald guy to keep a tight grip on the girl. After all, things could get messy if our knight decides to intervene. Arthur hears everything. He's just waiting. One moment of carelessness, that's all he needs. He waits for his chance, and then someone appears behind the kidnapper with a blade. The bandit yells a warning. It's Millie, but because the bald guy was warned, he reacts fast. He dodges the strike, but he loses his balance, and Alina hits the dirt face first. The thug laughs. He tells Millie she's outmatched and should learn the difference in their strength. But unexpectedly, she just smiles and says it's fine. The kidnapper is totally confused. Why? Because someone else is already standing right behind him. In a flash, Arthur is there. Before the thug can even react, he takes a full power punch straight to the face. The bald guy is out cold, and Alina is safe, falling right back into our hero's arms. Sensing the threat, the outlaw captain snaps, barking at his thugs to swarm the knight before he can even blink. They close in, a ring of cold steel around young Alaric, with the leader asking if he's ready to die because mercy. That's officially off the table. Silence, total silence from our hero, which the bandit takes for pure, unadulterated fear. No more talk. While Alaric stands there like a statue, the outlaws lunge, weapons drawn to end him right then and there. But inside, Alaric is thinking back to that arrogant mercenary he crushed earlier. That guy was right about one thing. You have to know when you're outclassed before you pick a fight you can't win. Talk about irony. Here is the bandit leader doing the exact same thing, picking a fight with a man who is basically a god in human skin. Then it happens. The power drain kicks in, and Alaric starts vacuuming up their levels like it is nothing. One by one, they fall until only the captain is left, shaking, realizing this isn't just a fast adventurer. This is something else entirely. Alaric checks his stats, level 200. Yeah, it is over. Desperate and cornered, the bandit swings wild, but it is pathetic. Alaric ends it with a single, surgical flick of his blade. Another surge of power flows into his veins as the last of them dies. And the ancient decree within his armor flares up, level 250 reached. The system confirms it, the absolute peak of human potential. Alaric stares at the notification, asking if this is truly the end of the road, and the cold voice confirms. The maximum limit has been reached. I mean, he had heard legends of grand masters, but a level like this, it was unheard of in the entire kingdom. He did not even think a ceiling existed, but before he can process it, Lady Alina throws herself at him, sobbing tears of pure gratitude. But our boy, he can't even take the win, he just shakes his head, telling her he owes her his life anyway. If it were not for that healing elixir she gave him earlier, he would be a corpse right now. Still, whatever the reason, Alina is over the moon because to her, Alaric is her hero, period. Surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, Alaric looks down, still feeling like he is just some kid playing at being a knight. He tells her he only killed them because he was not smart enough to find a better way to save the village. But Alina is not having it. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him he did exactly what had to be done. He is confused, but she doubles down. It is because he had the courage to draw his sword that anyone in this town is still breathing. She grabs his hand, telling him to stop hiding and finally take some pride in the man he has become. With a look of pure affection, she promises him right there. She will not let Alaric talk down about himself ever again. Hearing that, it actually lands. Alaric smiles, feeling that weight lift off his chest just as Millicent arrives, reporting that every last villager is safe. He gives her a proud pat on the head as a reward for her hard work. And she absolutely beams. She was dying to help, hating the idea of just standing back while Alaric carried the world on his shoulders. She looks at him, dead serious now, and asks to stand by his side and fight until the very end. But the bandits are gone. Alaric gives her a soft look and says, "Rest easy, Millicent. I have got the rest." Suddenly, the ground shakes. That massive beast is still out there, and Alaric tells the girls they need to get as far away as possible. He is at level 250 now. The system practically purrs. At this rank, the monster is no longer a threat. It is prey. With power surging through his armor, Alaric turns back toward the carnage. He is ready. He does not even have to go looking for it. The abomination literally drops from the clouds, slamming into the earth right in front of him. The impact on the fortress walls sends a hurricane-force wind screaming through the streets, nearly blowing the girls away, but Alaric, he does not even flinch. He tells them one last time to run for their lives, because he is ending this nightmare right here, right now. They do not argue. They grab hands and sprint for safety, leaving the rest to him. Now it is just him and the beast. Alaric whispers an apology for running earlier, but then his eyes go cold. No more running, only the finish. The monster lets out a roar that could shatter glass, trying to assert its dominance, but Alaric, he does not even move a finger. Then boom, he charges. Think back to the start. This kid could not even lift a rusted blade without his hands shaking. Then he found his footing, found a real sword, and realized that steel could actually protect the things he loved. In this split second, everything flashes before his eyes. The blood-soaked fight with the wolves, the moment he had to take down Jeremy, and the desperate, hopeful faces of the villagers praying for a miracle. Alaric grips his hilt, declaring that he will carry every one of those hopes on the edge of his blade. radiant aura exploding from his body, he stares down the monster. Consider it an honor, beast. You are the first to face a human who has reached the absolute limit. This blighted abomination is about to find out exactly what happens when you push a human warrior to his absolute limit. Seething with pure, unadulterated rage, the beast clenches its claws and lunges forward for one final, desperate kill. But things have changed. Now, Alaric just bats the creature's attack aside like it's absolutely nothing. That's not going to work anymore, Alaric mutters coldly, before burying a heavy fist straight into the monster's chest. The beast is sent flying, but Alaric doesn't give it a second to breathe. He's already midair, positioned perfectly for the next strike. He brings the hammer down with gravity on his side, slamming into the monster and kicking up a massive, suffocating cloud of dust. Cornered and desperate, the creature begins funneling every drop of dark mana into its eye. This is it, its final, all-or-nothing light beam. Suddenly, Alaric's divine mark pulses with a warning. The energy gathering in front of him is 10 times more volatile than before. But does our hero dodge? Nope. He stands his ground, waiting calmly for the beast to realize that resistance is futile. Standing right in the path of destruction, Alaric watches as the beast fires its most devastating blast, and he prepares to take it head-on. Because at this point, it really doesn't matter how much power this monster tries to throw at him. A shimmering barrier snaps into existence, absorbing the impact effortlessly. With 50 tiers of power between them, Alaric knows he's basically untouchable. In the middle of the wreckage, that used to be the peaceful village of Oakhaven. These two powerful forces stare each other down. The beast, driven by instinct, tries to reclaim its dominance with one last, earth-shaking roar. But then it catches a glimpse of Alaric's aura, and just like that, the monster's confidence shatters into pure, paralyzing fear. This thing once used its power to terrorize the innocent, but now it's facing a level of strength that's honestly on a whole different level. For a veteran knight like Alaric, who stared death in the face more times than he can count, this kind of chaos is just another Tuesday. He blurs across the clearing, closing the distance in a heartbeat without even trying to hide his presence. The monster swings a massive, desperate punch to intercept him, but Alaric doesn't just dodge the blow. He slams the beast's head into the dirt, leaving it dazed and broken. Even then, the creature tries to fire off one last, frantic laser. Alaric looks at the struggling beast with nothing but boredom. Honestly, it's almost sad that it's still trying. Since you won't give up, Alaric sighs, I guess I'll have to show you what true despair actually feels like. He takes the blast directly to his chest again, but this time he doesn't even blink. No effort, no sweat, just pure dominance. The monster pours every ounce of its life force into the beam until it's physically exhausted, smoke literally rising from its scorched eyes. It waits for the smoke to clear, expecting to see a corpse, but its expression quickly turns to absolute horror. Alaric is standing there, completely unscathed. That was the plan all along, to make the gap between them painfully obvious. The realization hits the monster like a physical blow. It's defeated, humiliated, and absolutely fuming with useless rage. It lets out one last, mindless scream, throwing away all logic as it charges in for a final, chaotic brawl. It's a mess of physical strikes and quick energy bursts, the beast throwing everything it has left at the night. Alaric just dances through the chaos. He slips past every strike midair, evading the I-beams while lining up his own counterattack. The obstacles are gone. Now it's Alaric's turn to play offense. The beast tries to shield itself with its arm, hoping for the best. Huge mistake. Alaric's blade slices through the air, and the beast's limb like it was made of parchment. Alaric steps back, his patience finally at its limit. "Kneel," he commands. "Let's settle this right now." That command stings the monster's pride more than the blade did, and it starts firing energy beams wildly in every direction. It's useless. With one clean, horizontal slash, Alaric unleashes a wave of power that forces the beast to its knees. The moment the creature buckles, Alaric is already in the air, descending on it like an angel of vengeance. Thinking of all the villagers who suffered, he drives his sword straight into the center of the monster's eye. And just like that, the nightmare that seemed invincible only an hour ago is finally, truly over. As the dust settles, Alaric's divine mark tries to absorb the monster's essence, but it fails. He's already reached the absolute zenith of his power. But the mark adapts, unlocking new secrets within his void plate armor and converting that excess energy into even greater potential. By the next morning, the terror is a memory. The people of Oakhaven are already hard at work rebuilding their homes. You can hear the sounds of hammers and saws everywhere, with men shouting for supplies from the rooftops. One young helper rushes across a roof with a load of timber, trips on a loose tile, and starts heading for a nasty fall. But Alaric appears out of nowhere, catching the boy before he hits the ground. The villager looks at his savior in shock, then quickly offers a heartfelt thanks to the hero of the town. A few minutes later, as the sun climbs higher, things finally start to feel a little bit more peaceful. Arthur's curious. This level conversion thing? The system drops a bombshell. He can trade his hard-earned levels for legendary epic skills. Think of epic skills as the ultimate toolkit. Rare, god-tier techniques that give you a massive edge over everyone else. We're talking insane movement speed, fire immunity, the kind of stuff every high-ranking knight dreams of having in their arsenal. Usually, warriors pick these up naturally as they climb the ranks, little by little, while they level up. But remember, our boy was stuck. He couldn't gain a single point of experience before, so he missed out on every single one of them. So even though he's technically hit his maximum ceiling, he's standing there with 0 special abilities to show for it. The offer is tempting, sure, but Arthur's still trying to wrap his head around what this mysterious shadow-bound armor actually is first. The system has a recommendation, a skill that shatters human limits. The catch? It costs 240 levels, basically his entire life's work. Right now, our protagonist is sitting at exactly level 250. Losing almost everything. Yeah, that's gonna sting, but for the power to transcend humanity, it's a price he's willing to pay for the future. No hesitation. Arthur tells the system to grant him the skill right now. He speaks the command, and the system locks it in. Without a second thought, he initiates the request to break past all mortal boundaries. Then it hits him. Arthur shivers as his very essence is pulled away. It's like his power is being drained in real time. It's intense. The light from his fading experience is so blinding and flashy that citizens can see the glow from miles away. Energy pours out of a core in his heart like a flood, pulsing faster and faster until, finally, one last, world-shaking flash of light. Payment received. The system confirms the deal is done, and the legendary skill is officially granted to its new owner. Arthur takes a breath, feeling proud. Not bad for a guy who started out as a lowly grave robber, right? But a strange sensation remains. He doesn't just feel lighter, he feels like his soul itself has been expanded. The system chimes in with the big news. Arthur has officially surpassed the limits of humanity. He's become a transcendent being. A transcendent. Arthur can't help but smirk at the achievement, looking up at the sky and realizing just how much his life has changed. Meanwhile, back at the entrance of the village, a high-ranking adventurer is absolutely fuming. He rushed back for the glory, only to find Arthur had already turned that beast into scrap metal. His entire trip, a complete waste of time. He missed the fight entirely. Still, he's dying to know, who the hell was strong enough to solo a monster like that? But back to our hero. Here's the crazy part. Since he broke the level cap, those 200 pending levels from the monster kill finally kick in. Remember, he couldn't absorb the experience during the fight because he was maxed out. Now the floodgates are finally open. So after the conversion, Arthur is already back up to level 210, still an absolute powerhouse. Now he's thinking, maybe he should hunt for more of these cheaper, epic skills. If they're this valuable, they're worth every penny. If he stacks enough of them, he won't just be a knight. He'll be the one and only strongest adventurer in the world. He starts plotting his next move, but OOPH. Lady Alina appears out of nowhere, tackling him in a massive, happy hug that leaves him turning bright red. She's got that adorable look on her face, telling him she's been searching everywhere since the monster fight turned the town into chaos. Talk about a sudden shift in tone. Arthur tries to apologize, saying he was busy helping the fire brigades, but Mildred jumps in to tease them, saying Alina was worried sick about him. Our hero is just relieved they're both okay, but Alina isn't letting him off that easy. She wants him to take the credit he deserves. She's blushing, she's grateful, and she's clearly about to do something bold to show it. And then she does it, a quick soft kiss right on his cheek, simple, sweet, and totally unexpected. She can't even look him in the eye after that. For a second, the world just stops, and the two of them share a look that says more than words ever could. Alina musters every bit of courage she has, closes her eyes, and finally confesses that she loves him. Then she bolts, just runs away in pure embarrassment, leaving Arthur standing there completely shocked. Mildred is loving every second of the drama, and even the local baker shows up to praise his godson for finally scoring a girl. Arthur is absolutely mortified, shouting at them both to mind their own business and get out of there. He never imagined anyone could actually have feelings for a guy with a past like his. Now he's just standing there wondering, what now? Naturally, the system trolls him by suggesting he act like a man, which only makes Arthur even more embarrassed. A few days pass. On the dusty road leading to the entrance of Oakhaven Village, a new group of adventurers is pulling up. Their leader scans the area. This is the place, but it looks completely abandoned. He's starting to think they arrived too late to save anyone. One of the knights suggests that maybe a different breed of monster has been terrorizing the border. I mean, think about it. If a legendary cinder drake had actually appeared, this entire village would be nothing but ash and cinders by now. Still, the green-haired scout insists they have to investigate immediately. They must do everything in their power to stop that dragon before it triggers a kingdom-wide catastrophe. So the commander gives the order, "Follow me," and without a single complaint. The band of adventurers marches out right behind their leader, Sir Alistair. But meanwhile, deep in the shadow-drenched caverns where goblins rule the dark, a thunderous roar shatters the silence. The reason? A terrifying, high-tier obsidian dragon has finally emerged. At that exact same moment, somewhere else entirely, our main man, Alaric, is busy testing his throwing knives on some wandering marsh beasts. One hit, and they go down, dead before they even know what happened. Despite the size of the pack, Alaric is back at level 1 now, but he's spent the last few days grinding for some seriously broken epic skills. The big one, a permanent poison effect. He just tested it on those beasts, but the price was insane. It cost him a staggering 200 levels of pure power. But hey, it works. Just one scratch from his venom-coated blade is enough to melt through any low-level enemy. He also picked up a massive boost to his knife accuracy. With these two combined, even if his level drops during a conversion, he can still farm power without ever risking a fair fight. The catch, it's not instant. The poison takes a few hours to fully drain the monster's life force away. But with this strategy, he could climb the ranks effortlessly, even starting back as a total beginner. Suddenly, a glow approaches, a sign that his distant kills are finally dropping, as he absorbs the XP. His level rockets from 1 all the way to 41, but Alaric doesn't stop there. He resets himself back to level 1 again just to pump even more points into his poison's lethality. It's a grind, sure, but it's the fastest way to reach god-tier power. By now, Alaric is absolutely exhausted. But since he's already tagged 20 monsters out there, he'll be back to level 200 in no time. Mission accomplished. He decides it's time to head back to the village. He walks into town right in the middle of a massive uproar and immediately asks what all the drama is about. A level 120 knight named Sir Ian looks him up and down, asking if he's an adventurer like them. Ian checks Alaric's stats through the system, hoping for a heavy hitter, but he just scoffs. Alaric's level looks embarrassingly low. Since Alaric sacrificed his raw power for broken skills, everyone judges him without a second thought. But Alaric, he's used to the disrespect. He's been feeling this humiliation for years. Trying to play nice, Ian figures the kid must be a complete rookie who just picked up a sword yesterday. But his jaw drops when Alaric calmly reveals he's actually been doing this for years. That's when the white-haired knight, Cedric, chimes in, laughing it off like it's the funniest joke he's ever heard. Then he sees Alaric's eyes, stone cold, serious. The laughter stops as Cedric remembers a specific rumor he heard. A rumor about the weakest loser in the kingdom, a man they call the corpse scraper. Alaric doesn't even blink. Yeah, that's me. What about it? The pressure in the air suddenly turns heavy, absolutely terrifying. Ian, sensing a fight is about to break out, informs him that they're on an official guild hunt. Apparently, a high-threat, unusual monster was recently spotted lurking in this territory. When pushed for details, he confirms it. It's an obsidian dragon known as the Cinder Drake. And it's well above level 150. That's why he warns that it'll take more than just a few random knights to bring it down. To handle the threat, they've formed an elite squad of epic skill users to slaughter it. The commander tells the boy to just stay calm and stay back. And since they haven't been properly introduced, the two finally trade names with a quick handshake. Inside, Alaric is thinking, level 150, I could solo that thing in my sleep. But a black dragon, he wonders if it's connected to that corpse he found in the goblin cave. Suddenly, a scout comes sprinting toward them, screaming for the leader. Gasping for air, the scout delivers the nightmare news. The escort group just made contact with the Cinder Drake they were hunting. And the situation for that group? Total disaster. With so few men, the ordinary soldiers are learning the hard way just how terrifying a legendary black dragon can truly be. The scout continues his report. The reconnaissance unit is currently trying to kite the dragon out into the open prairie. Ian doesn't waste a second. We move out now, he shouts, alerting the entire company. The commander calls for battle formations, and the warriors roar in response, ready for the fight. Alaric scans the group. Most of these elites in the subjugation team are only between levels 80 and 120. Even though they're an elite squad with epic skills, they're heading into a slaughterhouse. Against a level 150 dragon, they're already dead. Seeing the danger, Arthur knows he can't just leave these knights to die. He shouts for Lord Alastair to let him join the front lines. Deep in the shadows, the beasts Arthur poisoned earlier are finally breathing their last. Any second now, his power will skyrocket back to level 200. But Alastair doesn't know that. He refuses to send a level 1 to a certain death. Arthur tries to push back, and suddenly those spectral judging stares manifest again, towering over him with a cold, divine pressure. The other knights just laugh. They mock him, asking what a level 1 peasant could possibly do, regardless of how much justice he thinks he has. That arrogant, silver-haired knight steps forward again, sneering that he'll do the talking for their beloved leader. He barks at Arthur to stay back and stop being a burden. It's the same old story, everyone looking down on him, leaving him behind in the dirt. Even with the humiliation stinging his pride, Arthur knows the truth. If he doesn't step in right now, it's going to be a massacre. But looking at his current pathetic rank, it's no wonder they think he's a joke. He has no choice. He shadows the group from the trees, and before long, even Lord Alastair, the strongest among them, is paralyzed by the monster's sheer pressure. The scouts were dead wrong. The report said this was a level 50 flame drake, but they weren't even in the right ballpark. This isn't a mere beast. It's a disaster-rank calamity, the High King of the Black Dragonflight himself. Meet the Obsidian Dragon King, a level 300 titan known to the world as the Infernal Ravager. Standing before a literal god of destruction, Alastair realizes it's over. They have to retreat immediately because they can't touch this thing. Their only hope is to stall and pray for the Royal Guard reinforcements to arrive. But a Dragon King doesn't just sit around and wait for his enemies to get organized. With one casual flick of its massive tail, It swats the leader away like he's a literal insect. Arthur is sprinting toward the carnage, heart pounding. The battle has already turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even from a distance, Arthur recognizes it. It's the same monster from the Goblin Cave. He can hardly believe his eyes. How did it regenerate so perfectly from those fatal wounds? No time for questions. He charges into the fray, teeth gritted in pure determination. Just as the beast unhinges its jaw, gathering a blinding sphere of white-hot flame to incinerate everyone. Arthur screams at his system, "How much longer?" 30 seconds. He needs 30 more seconds to level up, but the dragon is ready to fire right now. He begs his body, his gear, anything to just give him the power he needs before it's too late. Come on, come on. Then boom. Orbs of pure golden experience erupt behind him, swirling in a massive vortex. The experience points slam into his chest as the poisoned monsters finally die. Just like that, Arthur is back in the level 201 range. But he doesn't stop there. He forces a skilled trade, giving up everything for flame nullification a split second before the dragon breathes. The king unleashes a sea of fire. A literal wall of death surges toward our hero, intending to erase him from existence. Arthur strains every fiber of his being to activate the new skill. He holds the line, but unfortunately, he's only able to shield one person from the blast. Alistair, the lucky survivor, can only stare in pure awe. This boy just tanked the full breath of the infernal ravager. And check this out. That arrogant silver-haired knight is still clinging to life too, though he's looking pretty rough. He can't wrap his head around it. How is a corpse looter standing while the elite fell? Arthur just looks him in the eye. It's because I'm stronger than all of you combined. But the guilt hits him hard. Because he was weakened, he couldn't protect the rest of the squad. He whispers an apology for his failure, and the knight finally collapses, his life force fading to zero. Arthur is absolutely livid. This is the angriest he's ever been. No matter how much power he gets, people still keep slipping through his fingers. For the sake of the fallen, he lets out a primal roar, swearing to end this monster right here, right now. The Dragon King fires another massive blast. Alistair screams for the boy to get out of the way, to run for his life. But Arthur doesn't flinch. He takes the blast head-on, reaches out, and literally crushes the fire in his bare hands. Is that all? A fireball like this won't work on me. Alistair is losing his mind, trying to understand what he's seeing. The dragon is just as irritated. It bellows and unleashes wave after wave of desperate fire. It doesn't matter. Arthur just brushes it off, deflecting every single attempt to destroy him like it's nothing. At this point, the dragon's fire is useless. It's like throwing water at a mountain. But there's a massive catch. To keep that fire immunity, Arthur had to sacrifice his stats. He's plummeted all the way back down to level 21. He's worried. Can a level 21 really take down a level 300 god? He needs a new plan, and he needs it fast. The Dragon King realizes fire won't work and switches to brute force, swinging claws the size of castle gates at Arthur's head. The impact shatters the earth. Arthur realizes he's too slow. At this level, his body simply can't react to those physical swipes in time. He's so focused on the claws in front of him, but that's exactly what the beast wants. Suddenly, the dragon's tail whips around like a mountain-sized mace at high speed. Arthur is stuck midair with nowhere to go. This is bad, real bad. Our hero was barely holding his own when, boom. Out of nowhere, a stranger drops in, calls the whole scene a pathetic disgrace, and splits the massive dragon clean in half with one casual swing. Just like that, the monster is toast. This newcomer stands tall on the beast's carcass, leaving Alaric frozen and completely outclassed at his feet. Naturally, Alaric loses it, shouting out to find out who this insane warrior actually is. With a smug, arrogant grin, the man introduces himself as Sir Benedict, one of the legendary sovereign-rank adventurers, the strongest on the entire continent. Alaric can't believe his ears. A sovereign. He's heard the stories, sure, but he's never actually seen a living legend in the flesh before today. They say the strength of a sovereign isn't just power, It's the stuff of myths. Their every move becomes a story, and their victories become legends. We're talking about an existence that completely transcends humanity, a warrior who reigns supreme over everything within their reach. That's the true weight of a sovereign rank in the guild. Seeing Alaric's shock, Benedict just chuckles, noting that the kid at least knows his history. Alaric checks the system, and holy hell, his jaw hits the floor. This guy is level 300. He's literally beyond the limits of any normal person. See, Benedict was born with a rare, limit-breaker gift. He was basically designed by fate to be unstoppable. It's the total opposite of our protagonist's struggle. Alaric asks if the man is here to save the village, but Benedict looks genuinely insulted by the question. He sets the record straight immediately. He didn't come to help. He's looking for a certain dark knight who's been getting in the way of his personal business. Alaric's heart sinks. He asks the obvious. What kind of business are we talking about? So Benedict starts spilling the tea. He'd heard rumors from the locals about a hero in black armor who defended Oakhaven from a cyclops. Benedict wanted to see what kind of powerhouse this supposed hero was, expecting a real challenge. But looking at Alaric, he's totally disappointed. He calls him a weakling. Suddenly, the dragon shows a spark of life and tries to move. Benedict isn't having it. He drives his blade back into the beast just to shut it up because, hey, he's in the middle of a speech here. Talk about cold. Once the dragon is educated, Benedict turns back to the conversation like nothing happened. He reveals the secret. As long as the cinder worm's core stays intact, the damn thing will just keep regenerating forever. Then it clicks. Benedict mentions he already killed this thing once back in the Blackwood Caves. Alaric finally connects the dots. But here's the kicker. Benedict left the core alive on purpose. Alaric is losing his mind, wondering why anyone would be that reckless. The answer is twisted. When a monster eats the worm's flesh, it mutates. It goes absolutely berserk, turning into something much more dangerous. The original Dragon King was too much of a threat to control, so Benedict needed something a bit manageable. He wanted a berserk monster to attack the village just so he could swoop in, kill it, and be hailed as the glorious savior. Phase 2 of his little drama was simple. Kill the guilty dragon a second time in front of a crowd. It's all about the clout. Killing it in a dark cave gets you nothing, but doing it with an audience, that's how you build a reputation. Alaric is sickened. How can someone talk about lives like they're just props? Benedict just yells at him, blaming Alaric for ruining his perfect debut. Alaric keeps his head down, his voice trembling. He asks if Benedict really risked every soul in Oakhaven just for a bit of fame. Benedict just laughs. To him, a sovereign rank life is all about 3 things: the glory, the gold, and the women. Everything else is secondary. That was it. That was the final straw. Alaric has heard enough to make his choice. His expression goes dark, deadly serious. He calls the whole thing pathetic. For some selfish greed, this hero let innocent people bleed and comrades die. All of this carnage, just because one man couldn't get enough attention. Alaric calls out to his void plate armor, demanding every drop of power it can spare. He's going to take this sovereign down, right here, right now. Benedict thinks it's a joke, but he's also pissed. How dare a nobody like Alaric even suggest he could stand a chance? To show him who's boss, Benedict flexes. He releases a crushing aura that feels like the world itself is pushing down on Alaric. Our boy knows the math. Level 300 versus level 21. If he fights fair, he's getting turned into a red mist in seconds. But he spots a glimmer of hope. The worm's core is right behind Benedict, and it's on the verge of shattering. If he can just smash that crystal and absorb the dragon's remaining levels, he might actually have a shot at winning this. He frantically asks the system for any skill that can snipe that core from a distance. The system starts its search, but those few seconds feel like hours. Benedict doesn't wait. He lunges at Alaric with killing intent. Alaric can't even blink before the strike connects, a massive explosion of force hitting him head-on. Alaric and his companion Gideon are sent hurtling through the air. Alaric takes the brunt of it, dragged across the dirt by that terrifying, raw power. Reality sets in. This is what it truly means to face a sovereign. It's not just a rank, it's a death sentence. Benedict sighs, annoyed that he missed the kill shot, but he promises the next one is going to end it for good. It's looking over for our hero. But wait, the system ping just went off. Search complete. A new skill is ready, the Bolt of Ruin, game on. The skill is a total gamble. It lets you detonate your own weapon for a massive blast, but it'll cost you 20 mana points flat. Alaric hesitates, realizing that if he blows up his primary sword, he's got no way to shatter the core from a distance, and losing his best gear right now. Yeah, that's a hard pass. Naturally, he's searching for a loophole, and then it hits him. Those old venomous daggers he used to grind through the lower levels. Perfect fodder. The plan clicks into place, and Alaric preps his move, while Lord Baldwin is just getting more irritated that this kid is still standing. Baldwin roars that he only needs one good punch to end this, but right then, our hero ignores the trash talk and calls out to the system for the micro-explosive skill. Lord Baldwin just stands there, completely baffled by what the boy is even trying to pull at this stage of the fight. But Alaric isn't here to give a lecture. He just tightens his grip on those poison-soaked knives and prepares to launch. With total ice in his veins, he claims he's about to flip the script and hurls all 3 blades straight at the target. And that's when Baldwin realizes these aren't just regular knives. They're coated in permanent lethal toxin. Still, the villain is fast, swatting away the daggers that get too close while actually giving the kid props for having decent aim. But he follows it up by mocking him, saying skill means nothing if you can't actually land a killing blow, something Alaric surprisingly agrees with. Except here's the twist. Those knives were never meant for Baldwin. They were just a flashy distraction to sneak one final blade right toward the monster's core. Just as the steel is inches away from the target, Alaric screams for the system to trigger the detonation. Boom, the core goes up in a massive fireball, and Alaric finally takes a breath, proud that the flaming destroyer is finally nothing but a pile of ash. The second the beast drops, its massive hoard of experience points starts flooding out of its corpse like a river, leaving Lord Baldwin absolutely floored. All that raw power flows directly into Alaric, and before Baldwin can even process what's happening, our hero is already blurring across the battlefield to clash with the veteran adventurer. Baldwin is losing his mind. How is this possible? Just minutes ago, this kid was barely a level 21 weakling. Alaric just smiles and tells him he's right, but that was the old version. Now, he's standing there as a level 301 powerhouse. The realization hits Baldwin like a physical blow. Pure rage boils over as he finally figures out how this brat managed to take down that one-eyed titan earlier. It was all because of this cheat ability, and fueled by nothing but hate, the warrior swings with everything he's got, sending Alaric crashing through the air from the sheer force of the impact. The red-headed titan warns the boy not to get cocky, because a tiny one-level advantage doesn't mean a thing against the combat experience of a calamity rank knight like himself. With a follow-up strike, Baldwin shatters the very ground Alaric is standing on, trying to bury him under the rubble. But his eyes widen when he sees the kid using the momentum of the blast to vault high into the air, coming back down with a massive, overhead spinning strike that levels the area. Alaric mocks him right back, asking where all that superior experience went as he effortlessly parries the knight's massive weapon and prepares his counter. He declares that a blade fueled by nothing but greed and corruption could never hope to break him. And he proves it by landing a flurry of lightning-fast cuts across the villain's body until Baldwin finally snaps. Explosive energy erupts from the villain as he admits the boy in the black armor has guts for talking back. But his patience has officially run out. He tells Alaric to just shut up and die. That's when he triggers his ultimate trump card, the manifestation of the Earth God. As he screams in fury, a massive bolt of lightning tears through the sky, striking Lord Baldwin directly and lighting up the entire area. His body starts to warp and transform. His hair stands on end, and arcs of high-voltage electricity dance across his skin in a terrifying display of power. Alaric feels the pressure and instinctively recoils, while all Baldwin can do is mutter the word power, over and over like a man possessed. With a terrifying grin, he tells the boy that this, right here, is the true, terrifying peak of a calamity-class warrior. In the blink of an eye, he's already in Alaric's face, roaring for him not to move, and it's crystal clear that if this strike connects, our hero is history. He barely manages to dodge, feeling the heat of the blast, and finally realizes just how insane the power of a tyrant god really is. Alaric realizes he's pushed to the wall. It's time to use that one hidden skill he spotted earlier in the system list. It's a literal, once-in-a-lifetime ability, and as Alaric reaches out to the system to activate it, Baldwin charges again to shut him down for good. But just as the killing blow is about to land, a heavy shield slams into the ground in front of Alaric, taking the full brunt of the divine charge and sending the defender sprawling onto his back. It's Ethan, and with the last bit of life left in him, he struggles to stand. Choking back tears, he whispers his deep regret, saying if only he'd been strong enough to stop the dragon's sovereign from the start, his brothers in arms would still be here. He breaks down, begging Alaric to avenge his fallen comrades, and seeing the raw sincerity in the man's eyes, our hero gives him his word. Finally, Alaric calls out to the system one last time, requesting the most dangerous skill in his arsenal, the curse of the black armor. Lord Baldwin doesn't care about the drama and keeps swinging wildly, screaming at Alaric to just shut his mouth and give up. As the massive wave of energy closes in, the system gives a final warning that this ability is permanent and one-time use only. Alaric doesn't hesitate for a second and hits confirm. The deal is struck. The price, 1 level plus a secondary optional sacrifice of the hero's choosing. In the heat of the struggle, Alistair doesn't hesitate. While fending off the attack, he tells the ancient pact to trigger that additional cost. To seal the deal, he offers up every single bit of his power, all 300 levels, triggering a blinding surge of energy that felt like a divine decree from the heavens themselves. Arthur watches from the sidelines, completely floored and not understanding a thing, wondering what kind of monster Alistair actually is. Just like that, the ritual ends, and our hero is officially a level 1 novice again. Sir Baldwin just stares, then starts howling with laughter after checking the boy's status window, realizing he's back to being a weak, level 1 warrior. The knight thinks he's already won, charging forward with a sneer, ready to send this level 1 peasant straight to the afterlife. But here's the thing. He couldn't be more wrong. See, Alistair's plan was to drag Baldwin into the abyss with him. At that exact moment, the curse of the obsidian plate kicks in. The knight's eyes go wide. Suddenly, a thick, suffocating darkness begins pouring out of Alistair's armor like a living nightmare. The shadows move like snakes, wrapping around the knight and pinning him down as he realizes his very strength is evaporating into thin air. Alistair looks him dead in the eye and delivers the news. This is the curse of the obsidian plate. Here's how it works. For every level Alistair sacrificed, the opponent loses the exact same amount. Baldwin can struggle all he wants, but it's already over. Since our boy just dumped 299 levels into the cost, that's exactly how much is being ripped out of the knight right now. With a cold, terrifying stare, Alistair asks him one simple question. So, how many levels do you think you have left? Baldwin, he's losing it. Greedy as he is, he can't process reality and starts screaming at the top of his lungs, begging to be left alone. But Alistair just gives him a dark, satisfied smile. It's simple math, really. We're both tied at level 1 now. The process finishes, and Baldwin slams into the dirt, shivering and unable to believe his life has been ruined in an instant. Panicking, he desperately shouts for his magic status window, praying it's all a mistake. It wasn't. The truth was staring him in the face. The legendary Grand Calamity Knight had been reduced to a literal level 1 nobody. Talk about a bad day. Fuming with rage, Baldwin grits his teeth and declares that even at level 1, he's not going to lose. He figures he's still a master knight with elite skills, so even in this weakened state, he thinks he can beat a kid like Alistair. At least, that's what he hoped, until Alistair blurred across the ground and landed a perfect, surgical strike before the man could even blink. Then Alistair starts telling a story, mentioning that in the hamlet of Ravenswood, there was once a man judged for being a lowly grave robber. This was a man born cursed, unable to ever gain a single point of experience or level up no matter how hard he tried. Baldwin isn't listening. He's losing his mind, screaming for Alistair to shut up as he swings his sword wildly, forcing the boy back a step. Alistair just keeps talking, mentioning how that man lived his entire life at level 1. Finally, he drops the punchline. It's a real shame you're the exact opposite of that man, Baldwin. Because that grave robber was Alistair, and nobody in this entire world knows how to fight at level 1 better than he does. Blood starts spraying everywhere as the knight's gut wound becomes too much to handle. Still, thanks to the sovereign's wrath skill, Baldwin stays on his feet, gripping his blade and swearing he hasn't lost yet. For Alistair, though, the fight is already decided, but Baldwin is too arrogant to quit, so he charges like a madman, trying to stab the boy from behind while screaming in rage. It's honestly pathetic. Alistair just watches him with pure disgust, seeing the great knight has completely lost his composure. In a flash, Alistair disarms him and delivers a series of lightning-fast slashes that decorate the knight's body in red. That was the final blow. The mighty knight takes the full force of the attack and finally hits the dirt, completely defeated. A few seconds later, Arthur limps over, still barely standing after the chaos, and approaches to speak. He thanks Alistair from the bottom of his soul for getting justice for his fallen brothers, but our hero just gives him a modest smile. To him, it wasn't just about the request. He couldn't stand Baldwin either, and would have fought him even if there wasn't a bounty on his head. But then, Alistair's expression goes serious again. Apparently, this nightmare isn't over yet. With his last bit of strength, Baldwin shouts at the boy in the black armor, finally admitting he's lost his arm and his status as a grand calamity knight. He spits out a final warning. Others, just as dangerous as him, are going to find out what happened here very soon. If he suddenly goes missing, his fellow grand calamity knights will come looking to see what's going on. In the end, they are a bunch of lunatics who are very difficult to predict. Baldwin makes sure to leave him with one last terrifying thought. Someone else will take his place, and sooner or later, Alistair's luck will run out. Alistair, he doesn't even flinch. If they want to challenge me, he says, then I'll just have to defeat every single one of them too. Lord Baldwin just chuckles, hoping our hero won't lose that cocky spark anytime soon. But the knight is bleeding out, badly. Suddenly, a strange glow erupts, and the adventurer whispers a final goodbye. "A teleportation stone," Sir Cedric screams, as Arthur bolts forward at full speed to stop the escape. Too late. Baldwin warns that if the boy doesn't die alone, he'll be the one to crush him in their next life-or-death match. Before Arthur can even reach him, the knight vanishes into the clouds. He's gone. He actually managed to slip away. Cedric starts panicking, asking Arthur what the hell they should do now that a killer might return for revenge. Arthur, he's chill. Let him run. He's confident that even if the guy shows up again, the result won't change. That calms Cedric down, a bit, but the weight of the day's losses still hangs heavy over them both. Cedric sighs, knowing he has to report this bloodbath to the High Council in the capital city. Then Arthur catches him off guard. He apologizes and says he has a massive request that he needs the knight to hear. Cedric asks if he's absolutely sure, but Arthur's eyes are set. He has already made up his mind. The goal is clear. Arthur is leaving the village for good, just a few moments ago. Cedric was wondering what a monster like Arthur could possibly need from him. He never expected the guy to ask for an escort to another city entirely. Arthur loved his quiet life here, but after this, Calamity Tier Knights are officially hunting him. He's terrified another Baldwin will show up at his doorstep and put everyone in danger. He refuses to let his birthplace get caught in the crossfire again. He just can't. Cedric gets it and respects the sacrifice. With the destroyer gone, he pulls out a magical communications stone necklace. It was used to call in high-ranking warriors to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Even after the boy leaves, these elite knights will watch over the village. It's safe for now. Arthur is beyond grateful. But as they walk through town, Marion is watching from the shadows and runs over, heart racing with worry. They eventually hit old Thomas's bakery, but the shutters are down. The place is closed, and the old man is nowhere to be found. Cedric asks if he has anyone left to say his goodbyes to, and Arthur nods. He does. "We can wait a day," the knight suggests, seeing the hesitation in Arthur's eyes. But Arthur shakes his head. Seeing old Thomas, Marion, or Lady Lyra would make it impossible to leave. He'd rather leave in silence than see them get hurt because of their connection to him. They reach the main gates. Cedric gives him one last warning. Once they leave, the road back won't be easy. Arthur doesn't blink. He has no regrets, stepping forward without a single look back. Then a voice cuts through the air. It's old Thomas, the man who raised him, calling his name. The old baker tells him not to be sad. He'd heard the rumors and knew the boy was preparing for a long trip. He hands over a warm loaf of bread he'd just finished. Arthur nearly breaks, apologizing for trying to sneak away. But Thomas just tells him to smile. He wants to see that happy expression one last time. He's certain Arthur has a good reason for leaving his home behind. The fact is, the old man has watched Arthur grow from a boy to a hero since the very beginning. He just wants to see that smile. Arthur finally gives in, smiling warmly as he says a heartfelt goodbye. Minutes later on the road, Cedric mentions what a legend the old man is. Arthur couldn't agree more. Arthur takes a bite of the bread in silence. Cedric, ever curious, asks how it actually tastes. With a wave of nostalgia hitting him, Arthur says it's delicious, bringing a bit of joy to their journey. Cedric announces their next stop, the grand administrative hub of the South, Doverton. As they approach the city, Marion finally catches up to tell Lady Lyra everything that happened. But it was already too late. Arthur had already left Oakville far behind him. Near the outskirts of Doverton, a pack of level 5 goblins ambushes a merchant wagon. Cedric starts panicking immediately. Arthur just hands him the bag of bread. "Hold this," he says. He needed to level up a bit before hitting the city anyway. It's a total slaughter. Arthur tears through the monsters with ease, soaking up every bit of experience. Even the level 5 leader. Yeah, it suffered the exact same fate. Game over. I'm watching everything unfold from the sidelines, and honestly, the anticipation is killing me. I can't wait to see just how powerful Arthur is going to become. Boom, in mere seconds of pure chaos, our hero shreds through the beastly horde, emerging not just victorious, but noticeably more powerful than before. One long road later, and we're finally approaching the southern capital. As the massive stone walls and towers peek over the horizon, Alistair mentions they've arrived, and Arthur is legit shocked by the scale of it. He gestures toward the horizon, introducing Arthur to the jewel of the South, the great administrative city of Durham. Durham sits northwest of the village of Ravenbrook, and let me tell you, it's the biggest, baddest hub in the entire southern kingdom. The moment they step through the gates, Arthur is hit with a wall of noise, people everywhere. The vibe here is light years away from the quiet village life he knows. But hey, it makes sense. This is the biggest city in the region, after all. What else did he expect? Plus, right in the heart of the city sits the southern branch of the High Council of Adventurers, the Big Leagues. This place is crawling with elite guilds and warriors so talented they'd make your head spin. Because of that, Alistair points out that Arthur won't draw any unwanted eyes if he just keeps his power level low. Stay under the radar. Right now, our boy has climbed all the way from level 1 to level 100. Solid. Arthur gets it. No point in flexing his true strength if it isn't necessary. He thanks Alistair for the solid advice. See, on the journey here, Arthur was grinding hard, trying to max out his stats. But Alistair stopped him, suggesting he keep a lid on his growing power. The logic, simple. Walk into a city like this with too much heat, and you become a target instantly. Think about it. If he strolled in at level 300, rumors of a new Paragon rank warrior would spread like wildfire through Durham. And once that happens, every heavy hitter in the city is going to come looking for him. Worse, if they find out he's the one who took down the rogue Knight Balder, he'd probably end up in a street brawl right in the middle of town. Most Paragon rank fighters are walking headaches anyway. Better to stay invisible. To prove his point, Alistair spots a terrified little bunny cowering after a goblin skirmish. He tells Arthur that, normally, there's no reason for warriors to turn their blades on one another. With a kind smile, he reaches out to the bunny, saying they exist to protect the peace, not break it. Watching this, Arthur realizes Alistair is a true knight, someone he can actually respect. Usually, this line of work is full of people obsessed with gold and glory, just like that snake Balder. That's why Arthur hopes to be like him one day. It's not just about the levels, it's about having a heart that matches Alistair's sense of justice. Anyway, Arthur asks the big question, where are they heading now? Alistair realizes he forgot to mention it. They're heading to the High Council headquarters to file the official report on the Great Worm of Ravenbrook. But suddenly, Alistair's face goes dark. Arthur notices it immediately. Something is definitely wrong. Inside the council HQ, the receptionist greets them, asking if they're there to finalize the mission report. Alistair mentions he already sent the details via a magic scroll message. The girl nods and starts prepping the gold. But first, she smiles and asks him to confirm which mission they actually finished. Without missing a beat, Alistair tells her, "The Great Worm of Ravenbrook is dead." The receptionist's jaw practically hits the floor. That was a massive, high-profile contract. She scrambles to get the payment, slamming 4 heavy bags of gold coins onto the table. Alistair just stands there, silent. She explains that the gold from the victims' families usually goes back to the surviving team members. But since Alistair is the only one who made it back, he's taking the whole lot. She looks pained just saying it. Finally, Arthur understands why his friend looks so crushed. Getting rich off the deaths of your own comrades. For a kind soul like Alistair, that's pure torture. The clerk tells him to stay safe, but as they walk out with the gold, Arthur has to ask, why the long face? So Alistair paints a picture. Imagine a team of friends and family who volunteer for a mission. They all die. Only the leader survives to walk away with all the coin. He asks Arthur, "What would you think of a leader like that?" Arthur starts to piece it together. But as they step outside the guild doors, reality hits them faster than a freight train. Alistair really didn't want to drag Arthur into this mess. Because right there, waiting for them, is a mob. Angry friends and grieving families, shouting insults and judging Alistair in the worst way possible. It was raw pain, the unfiltered rage of people who had lost everything. And as the leader who survived, Alistair says it's his duty to stand there and take every bit of their anger. It all comes down to this. He was the commander who led his knights into a slaughter, leaving him as the only survivor of the entire vanguard. No matter how much he screams at the heavens or drowns in regret, the cold, hard truth remains. Nothing changes what happened that day. As the weight of the world crushes him, the grieving crowd demands to know why their loved ones were left to rot in the dirt while he walked away. Amidst the sea of insults and heartbroken families, Sir Alistair finally steps forward. He makes a choice. He'll take every bit of the blame on his own shoulders. He looks them in the eye and admits it. He failed. He couldn't save a single soul under his command, and that's a cross he's willing to carry. The screaming stops for a heartbeat, but then the rage boils over again. Some people just don't care about his remorse. They want blood. You have to understand, this wasn't just some random group. These were the kingdom's elite, the best of the best. A grieving father roars out in disbelief. He can't accept that the legendary strike team was wiped out by a mere level 150 dragon. That's when Arthur realizes something is dead wrong. That beast wasn't some common drake, it was the level 300 Crimson Sovereign, a total death sentence for anyone. Our hero desperately tries to get the crowd's attention. He needs to set the record straight before things get even uglier. But Alistair stops him. He just nods, thanking the young knight for trying to help, while choosing to keep sinking into that dark pit of guilt. In his mind, if they had just retreated the second things got hairy instead of trying to be heroes, everyone might still be alive today. Arthur tries to argue, but his mentor isn't listening. He's totally lost in his own head, and it's painful to watch. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise like a serrated blade. What a load of absolute garbage. This noble thug starts claiming Alistair let his men die on purpose, all so he could pocket the entire reward for himself. Disgusting, right? That was the final straw. Arthur snaps, stepping up and shouting that a man like Alistair would never betray his honor like that. Even Alistair is stunned. The man just sneers, telling Arthur to shut his mouth. He says he doesn't have time for the opinions of some nameless outsider. But Arthur isn't backing down. He reveals he's the adventurer who stood right beside the commander against that level 300 nightmare. You could hear a pin drop. If what he's saying is true, then even one person making it out alive is a literal miracle. Still, the loudmouth refuses to believe it. He thinks the kid is just spinning tall tales to protect a coward. But here's the thing, even while he's running his mouth. He gets a look at Arthur's status window and realizes this kid is the real deal. He's actually dangerous. He demands to know how a level 110 weakling survives a level 300 god. Arthur's response: "I've got plenty of ways to stay alive." The man starts howling with laughter until Arthur refuses to move an inch. Then, the jokes stop. It's about to get violent. The air turns heavy. The tension is thick enough to choke on as they clash, the wind from their blades rattling the windows of the entire square. Alistair begs him to stop. In his broken state, he truly believes he deserves this, that he failed his brothers in arms and should pay the price. He sees himself as a useless leader, a failure who doesn't deserve a single friend. But Arthur, he's not having any of it. He's not about to let his friend drown in self-loathing while this thug trashes his reputation. He looks the brute in the eye and agrees that, yes, the team was lost. Every last one of them died in that hellhole. But then he drops the hammer. It was an act of fate, a disaster that no one, not even the gods themselves, could have predicted. Sir Alistair didn't run. He stood his ground against a monster twice his strength until the very last second. "Don't you dare be ashamed," Arthur bellows, "because you never turned your back on your brothers." With one lightning-fast strike, he disarms the man, leaving the big-mouthed coward trembling in his boots after that devastating display of skill. Then, with a look of pure pride on his face, Arthur asks the crowd, "How can you call a man who weeps this much for his comrades a useless leader?" He tells Alistair that he won't stand in his way if he truly wants to carry the weight of those fallen lives. But he won't let him do it while people believe a lie. Arthur wants the world to know the truth, that Alistair was the kind of leader who never flinched. Alistair is speechless, tears welling up as he asks why the boy would go this far for someone like him. Arthur just reaches out a hand to his companion. His answer: "Because you're a knight I actually respect." And honestly, that's the only reason he needs. Seeing them like that, the bald brute loses it. He reaches for a dirty trick, pure, cowardly desperation. He flings a hidden dagger at their backs. It's moving way too fast, and they're caught completely off guard. There's no way to react. That is, until an old master appears out of thin air to shut the whole thing down. With a blade pressed right against the thug's throat, the old man sighs. "I've been waiting a long time for your return, Alistair." Arthur stays on high alert, his sword ready. This old-timer's presence, it's absolutely terrifying. But then, Arthur shoves our hero aside to introduce the old-timer, the Grandmaster of the elite order of 𝒂k𝒂𝒌𝒆𝒏𝒔. Meet Sir Gilbert, a level 200 absolute beast. Alaric is just standing there sweating because the old man looks ready to explode. And then, Gilbert drops the bomb. He asks if Alaric is the legend who saved Arthur from the obsidian worm. The whole tavern goes dead silent as rumors suddenly become reality. But wait, it gets crazier. The old man already knows Alaric took down that traitorous fugitive, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅. Our boy's head is spinning. Turns out, Arthur wasn't a snitch. He just had to report the mission details to the master and the High Council to keep things official. See, Arthur had basically handled the heavy lifting, leaving the monster on death's door. But since Alaric shattered the core and 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 was a total scumbag, the reward money was officially theirs. Gilbert had been out on the frontier slaying beasts in a distant kingdom, but he'd been getting magic updates the whole time. The boss is back in town. And man, he is not happy. He just walked into a room full of idiots blaming the only survivor without knowing a single thing about the carnage. Look, he gets the grief. He's not going to tell people how to feel about losing their friends or family. But Gilbert roars that being a knight means putting your life on the line for peace, period. Alaric flashes back to Arthur's words earlier. The old man isn't playing. Those warriors died doing their damn jobs. Blaming the survivor, that's an insult to every man and woman who risks their lives in the dark. Everyone is suddenly very, very quiet. Misunderstanding, solved just like that. Alaric wonders if Gilbert is a new ally, and Arthur nods, but he warns him that the master isn't exactly a softie. And he's right. Without missing a beat, Gilbert drops the hammer. Arthur is officially expelled from the order. Alaric is absolutely fuming, while Arthur just looks broken. But the old man is cold. Misunderstanding or not, incompetence is a sin that can't be forgiven in his ranks. A leader who loses his whole squad doesn't belong in 𝒂𝒂𝒌𝒆𝒏𝒔, the most legendary guild in all of Darnak. Alaric's blood is boiling, but then it hits him. This is what true, ruthless power looks like. Arthur doesn't even fight it. He takes the hit like a man and accepts the expulsion. But he's got one last request before he leaves, and Gilbert listens. He wants Alaric to take his spot in the guild. Alaric can't believe it. His friend is literally hyping him up while losing everything. He tells the master that Alaric is a literal prodigy with insane potential. Then he turns to our hero with a smile, basically saying he'll be fine. Gilbert says okay, but Alaric, he shouts no thanks. Arthur is completely baffled. Our hero knows Arthur's time with the order is done. It's inevitable now. But here's the thing. Alaric tells them straight to their faces. A guild that tosses its best people aside like trash is a place he'll never call home. Arthur tries to talk sense into him, listing off all the gold and perks he'd be giving up. He explains that you need a guild just to legally work as an adventurer. So Alaric just asks, so I just need a guild, right? Fine then. He decides right there to build his own guild from scratch so they can stay together. The two of them spend the day wandering the streets of the city until they find a building they can actually afford. But when they finally get there, their jaws hit the floor. This isn't a headquarters, it's a disaster zone. Alaric's like, is this a joke? But Arthur just smiles. This dump is going to be their new base of operations. This is the starting line for Alaric and a fresh start for Arthur, despite all the chaos of the day. Arthur is genuinely touched that Alaric chose him, and honestly, the feeling is mutual. Back when he made that big declaration, Alaric looked straight at the guy who just got fired and recruited him on the spot. It was a wild move, but even Gilbert didn't try to stop them. Fast forward to now, and Alaric admits he's still got a lot to learn from a pro like Arthur. He asks Arthur to show him the ropes so he can become a legend in his own right. A handshake seals the deal. A new chapter begins right here, and the past stays in the past. Stepping into their new castle, Alaric sighs. First order of business. We desperately need to clean this place up. Look, Julian reminds him, this place isn't official yet. And the biggest problem, they're dead broke. Honestly, he's just glad they kept a tiny bit of the bounty. Most of that gold from the Ignis worm hunt went straight to the families of the fallen knights. Heartbreaking, right? Turns out, that was the old commander's plan the entire time, taking care of his people even after he was gone. So after all that blood and sweat, our duo is left with literally just a few gold coins, back to square one. Arthur tries to open a cabinet, and bam, A massive cloud of dust explodes everywhere, swallowing him whole. He's coughing his lungs out while Julian just loses it, laughing like a maniac. All right, priority shift, cleaning comes first. They grab a mop and a bucket. Time for these elite warriors to face their true enemy, grime. Even though they're top-tier adventurers, they don't slack off. If you're gonna clean, you do it right. Julian yells for him to watch out, but too late. Arthur pulls a total rookie move, slips on the wet floor, and lands flat on his back with a mop right on his face. Classic. But hey, Arthur's a good sport. He just laughs it off. With his level drain skill, he knows he can always just fight his way back to the top. Sometimes, a quiet day like this is exactly what you need. But of course, peace never lasts. Right at that second. The guild doors fly open with a loud bang. 2 people burst in, demanding to be heard, leaving the boys completely stunned. Wait, talk about a surprise. It's the girls from Willow Creek. Millie and Lily actually track them down. Millie's fuming, shouting about how he could just leave them behind like that. Lily's nodding right along. They are not letting him off the hook without an explanation. Meanwhile, cut to the city streets. Knights are sprinting everywhere. Something's wrong, something big. They reach the castle gates, screaming for anyone, literally anyone, to gear up and head to the west gate immediately. One warrior is even begging the city guards for backup. You can see the confusion and the pure terror on their faces. The nightmare was real. A massive, horrific monster had appeared at the west gate, and it didn't come alone. It brought an entire army. It was a giant, skin-crawling spider, and right in front of the guards, it had a local soldier trapped in its grasp. The poor guy was crying, begging for his life. It's hard to watch. Then crunch, he was devoured right there. The sound, it sent chills down the spine of every single warrior watching. Pure horror. This thing was massive, taller than the city walls. And that roar, it was a clear message. This was just the beginning of the massacre. Back at the hideout, the girls are still laying into our hero. They want answers, and they want them now. Arthur's sweating, trying to scramble for a decent excuse. But then, a frantic knock at the door saves him from the interrogation. Emergency. The call comes in about the monster attack at the west gate. Talk about perfect or terrible timing. A desperate soldier is outside, pleading for any available adventurer to help before the gate falls. Arthur looks at Julian, no words needed. They both know the mission, they're moving out. He tells the girls he'll explain everything later, if he makes it back anyway. Stay here, stay safe. This is officially his first job in the Duchy of Stormhaven, and he's gotta make it count. Over at the west gate, it's absolute chaos. People are losing their minds seeing the sheer number of monsters flooding in. It's a literal swarm. They just appeared out of thin air right at Stormhaven's doorstep. And the boss, a level 210 nightmare, a cursed beast that looks like it crawled straight out of hell. That bald powerhouse, Baron, is smashing through level 20 skeletons like they're made of glass. Easy work, right? Wrong. The more he shatters, the more they rise. It's an endless, bony tide. But Baron isn't slowing down. He charges forward, obliterating a whole horde in one massive, earth-shaking strike. He checks in with a guard, asking where the hell Gilbert is. The old man is late, and if he doesn't show up soon, the front line is going to crumble. Then the air goes cold. Baron feels it. That massive spider queen. She's standing right behind him. He's terrified, who wouldn't be? But he just starts laughing. That crazy, warriors laugh when you know things are about to get ugly. Suddenly, energy circles erupt everywhere. Paralyzing force. There's no dodging this. The entire squad, completely cornered. Baron and his men are trapped in these expanding spheres of light. They can't even lift a finger. It's not meant to kill them. Not yet, anyway. Baron realizes the truth. It's a demonic curse. It numbs the body first, slowly rotting your very soul until there's nothing left. A skeleton nearby starts cackling. Without their heavy hitter moving, this is basically a buffet for the undead. Baron is disgusted. He can barely feel his limbs, and the thought of dying to these low-level trash mobs, it's insulting. But wait, did you really think it was over? At the absolute last second, our boy Arthur arrives on the scene. Arthur obliterates the threat, stepping in front of the common adventurer. His legendary armor flares, devouring the enemy's essence with a single pulse. Arthur signals to Ewin. Ewin hacks through a wall of skeletons, shouting back as the divine blade warns him. The surge of power is starting now. Usually, Ewin forbids such a risky move, but looking at the chaos on the battlefield, he knows they have no other choice. In a blur of steel, our hero carves through the undead. He's draining their life force, skyrocketing all the way to rank 250. Phase 1 done, Arthur tells Ewin to lure the smaller fodder away. "I've got the big guy," he says. "Don't worry about me." Arthur releases a pulse of raw mana. The beast roars back, trying to prove who's really the alpha in this fight. This isn't a normal beast. It's a blight stalker, a creature of pure rot that's already crippled half the city's knights. But Arthur, he's just smiling. He vaults over the creature's head. "My turn to give you a taste of your own medicine," he mocks. He laughs, calling the monster lucky since he apparently loves dark magic. Meanwhile, at Durham's East Gate, Sir Gilbert strides out, his presence absolute. Reports said the West Gate was under siege. But the East Gate was getting way too loud for Gilbert's liking. He had to see the mess for himself. And wouldn't you know it, another massive nest of monsters, mirroring the nightmare on the other side. The beast there shrieks at the veteran knight. It's a standoff, a tier 200 knight against a tier 210 blight beast. Things are about to get ugly. This beast has its own skeleton legion too. It starts prepping every dark hex we saw earlier, aiming them all right at the old man. Gilbert just chuckles. He's actually impressed the monster isn't pulling punches against a single old knight. But he makes one thing clear to the beast. It picked the wrong fight. An entire army of skeletons still won't be enough to touch him. Power explodes as Gilbert triggers his ultimate skill, Descent of the Archdemon. As the horde charges, he gives them a death sentence. 15 seconds, he growls. That's all you've got left. Back west, Arthur is midair. He taunts the beast again before driving his blade straight into its skull. At rank 250, he's technically the favorite against this tier 210 monster, but it's still a duel to the death. He hits the ground and, in one smooth motion, lops off the creature's leg like he's cutting paper. The skeletons try to be clever. They circle around for a backstab while he's distracted. Fat chance. Arthur sees them coming. One gets a face full of steel, the other gets launched by a massive kick. He catches the third skeleton's blade barehanded and just smirks at the thing. "Is this it?" he asks. "If this is your best shot, you've already lost the war." Arthur drains their essence again. His power jumps to rank 290. The remaining skeletons, they're actually terrified. The blight beast howls in pure agony. It flails wildly, trying to crush our hero, but Arthur is just too fast. The monster spits out spheres of pure shadow. Ewin screams at Arthur to stay clear of them. Honestly, he didn't even need the warning. Arthur slams his sword into the earth, summoning a massive wall of holy light. Pure defense. Nothing dark is getting through that. Billy, still pinned down, watches the whole thing in total shock. He can't wrap his head around it. This is the same guy he fought a while back. Not a chance. Finally, Arthur finds the opening. He delivers a brutal strike that tears through the monster's hide. The beast crashes face first into the dirt. Arthur walks right up to its eyes. "Had enough fun yet?" he asks. Too many good people had already been rotted by this thing's magic. Arthur doesn't even wait for an answer. "Doesn't matter what you think," he says. "Your time is up." But with its last breath, the beast's eyes go wild. Arthur's surprised as it launches a massive swarm of curses into the sky. Arthur just shrugs it off. "You're still missing me," he scoffs. Then the monster starts laughing. That's when it hits him. The target wasn't Arthur, it was the innocent people behind the city walls. Too late. Arthur realizes he fell for the bait. He ends the monster instantly, but the hexes are already flying toward Durham. Inside the city, the sky turns black. The citizens look up in horror at the coming doom. Our hero stands there, realizing he focused so much on the fight that he missed the bigger picture. He finishes devouring the remaining power, hitting rank 500, a massive milestone. But Yuan's voice is grim. This isn't just a curse. It's a demonic plague, the kind that's almost impossible to cure. And the clock is ticking. If they don't find a way to stop it, the whole city will be paralyzed. And after that, only death remains. Yuan knows the truth. The shadow falling over Dunraven isn't just smoke. That demonic energy is already sinking its teeth into the townspeople. Lady Alina is frantic, asking if anyone in this God's forsaken city can break a blight like this. Arthur's answer: yes, but there's a catch, even in the legendary Order of the Sacred Blade. Only 3 mages have the raw power to actually pull it off. Just 3, in a city this massive. Arthur is feeling the pressure now. Yuan confirms the grim reality. If those 3 fail, Dunraven is a graveyard. Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots. 2 knights sprint toward them, shouting, "Is anyone still standing?" No time for talk. The first knight reaches out, channeling light to shatter the hex, while the second drops to his knees to pour his remaining mana into the earth. The leader calls out to Alina, grit in his voice. This curse is a monster, but he's determined to rip it out root and stem. Then a new voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and commanding. "Hurry up! I won't stand by and watch another soul perish today." Enter Seraphina, the heavy-hitting archmage of the Sacred Blade. Arthur looks on, realizing the 3 most powerful healers in the realm are finally all in one place. But he's not celebrating. If the city's top brass are out here fighting for their lives, that means the inner sanctum is completely defenseless. It's worse than he thought. Seraphina is one of the greats, but she's barely managing to stabilize one single victim. She feels the clock ticking. At this rate, even if she succeeds, the rest of the city will be long dead before she can reach them. She knows the weight of the crown. Adventurers aren't just here for the glory. They are the only thing standing between these people and a cruel end. But then, boom, Arthur fires a blinding beam of light straight at Lord William, engulfing him completely. Alina can only stare in pure shock. Arthur knew the stakes. If he showed off this much power, the high-tier paladins would definitely come sniffing around his secrets. But honestly, he didn't care. He wasn't about to be the kind of coward who lets people die just to keep his own life quiet. The system dings, level conversion successful. He just unlocked a new epic skill, the Sovereign Purge. 1 golden shot to disperse any darkness it touches. And just like that, our hero hits level 350, absolute beast mode. "Did I do the right thing?" Arthur asks. Yuan just nods. No more talk. Arthur raises his hands, preparing to fire a barrage of light from his very fingertips. It's almost too easy. With one flick, the curse is literally erased from every adventurer standing nearby. Seraphina is losing her mind. A blight that was killing her just vanished in a heartbeat, unreal. She demands to know who he is, but Arthur isn't here for a chat. "Save it for later," he says. "People are still screaming in Dunraven." He shoots her a look, the ultimate "you in or out" question. Alina doesn't just say yes, she roars it. Her pride as the realm's strongest mage won't let her stay behind while he does all the heavy lifting. And there we have it. A new powerhouse joins the squad, and the heroes are officially moving out. Once they cross the threshold, the scale of the horror hits them. The entire city is drowning in a sea of demonic shadow. "Work fast," Arthur commands. He's fully committed now. Dunraven is not falling on his watch. He pulls up the Oracle interface and checks his void plate. He requests the wings of 𝒂𝒂𝒌𝒆𝒏𝒔, paying the price without a second thought. Next, he grips the blade of Solstice, feeling the weapon conversions snap into place. He's armed for a god-tier fight. Suddenly, a flash of sapphire light tears through the smoke like a lightning strike. Sir Gilbert emerges from the ruins, totally unscathed. He just finished a one-sided slaughter against enemies way above his pay grade. The old veteran reaches the gates and stops dead. The scene before him is a nightmare made real. The demonic blight has swallowed the streets whole. But Arthur, he's a blur of motion, working at terminal velocity to save every soul he can. He swings the sacred blade, and a wave of pure healing energy washes over an entire city block in seconds. Elena rushes to a fallen townsperson, her heart in her throat. "Hey, can you hear me?" He breathes. He's okay. The curse is totally gone, and Elena is absolutely buzzing with hope. Beside her, Ewan stays focused. The numbers don't lie. There are just too many people infected. No matter how fast Arthur moves, the clock is winning. If he doesn't find a way to scale up, people are going to start dropping, and he's pushing his limits to save everyone at once. He's working himself to the bone, pouring every ounce of mana into the city. But it's not enough. Only a tiny fraction is safe. He looks to his armor. There has to be a way to go bigger. Can we hit the whole city? The system processes the request. The Oracle has found a solution. It's the weapon resonance, a hidden function tucked away within his level conversion tree. Here's the deal. Burn his own levels to amplify an epic skill through a special catalyst. High cost, but massive reward. A window flickers to life, showing the ultimate combo. The wings of 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒌𝒆𝒏𝒔 fused with the sovereign purge. Arthur takes a breath and speaks the activation words. "Grant me the weapon of the heavens. Armory request, holy vanguard." He did it. Alaric gripped his sacred blade, triggering the weapon shift and fusing the steel with his luminous, heavenly wings. The golden power hit its peak. With one sharp command, the hero aimed at the sky, ready to shatter every curse in the kingdom with a single, massive arrow of light. Pure, holy energy surged forth. It obeyed its master, 𝒂𝒗 perfectly, already knowing exactly where it needed to strike next. It raced through the streets of Creshaven, touching every single citizen along the way. Finally, Alaric's strength was enough to cover the entire city in one go. His friends rushed over, absolutely stunned by the display. Seraphina couldn't believe her eyes, asking if that really was a legendary sacred sword he was holding. She was desperate to know the truth. Was this hero just a talented knight, or was he actually a living saint from the old scrolls? But Alaric brushed it off immediately. He told her he was just a humble adventurer doing his part for the city, leaving the poor girl completely starstruck. Suddenly, Alaric called out. They needed to talk. The hero had definitely gone way too far this time, and honestly, he knew he was in deep trouble. Sir Alistair sounded ice cold. Sure, the hero saved the city, but doing it so loudly was a massive mistake. If things kept going like this, the whole kingdom would realize who he really was. Panicked, the hero begged his friends for a way out of this mess. That's when the boy looked at the one person who could actually fix this. Without a second thought, he suggested they ask Lady Seraphina for help. A little while later, right in front of the royal order's headquarters, the air was thick with tension and whispers. People were buzzing with excitement, crowding around the massive doors while they waited for their mysterious savior to finally step out. The moment Seraphina appeared, the crowd went silent. To them, she looked like a literal angel descending straight from the heavens to save them all. One man could barely hold back his smile. Everyone was already chanting her name, calling Seraphina the Golden Saint who broke the demonic curse on Creshaven. It was a huge honor, sure, but the girl was dying of embarrassment. She literally screamed in shame at all the sudden attention. Rewind to a bit earlier at the High Adventurers Management Council. Following the plan, Seraphina informed the lords that she was the one who cleared the darkness, just like Sir Alistair had requested. Alaric thanked her for the cover. Julian had set the whole thing up so the mage would get all the glory, keeping the true hero's identity a secret. Seraphina wasn't exactly thrilled about lying to the Central Council, though. She knew falsifying a report was risky business. Alaric apologized for the trouble, but since he'd truly saved the city, Seraphina was just happy to help. She wanted to do her best to repay his kindness. Julian just smiled at that, calling her dedication to the cause truly admirable. But then he heard a noise outside and warned them both. "Listen," he said. "The fans are here to see the Golden Saint who saved our home." Obviously, Seraphina yelled at him to stop using that ridiculous name, but the damage was already done. Julian told her this was vital. Since she was already one of the top-ranked adventurers in the city, she had to play the part of the savior. No one would find it strange if she was the hero. To pull this off, They had to make the strongest, most dramatic impression possible. If everyone in 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒂 believed she was the Golden Saint, it would finally divert all that dangerous attention away from Alaric. For that goal, the clever adventurer announced they were going to put on a spectacular, high-stakes performance. Serafina was totally lost. Performance? What performance? Even Alaric was starting to worry if his friend had finally lost his mind. Julian just grinned. With the hero's insane power backing them up, making the city believe this story would be easy. The girl definitely wasn't expecting a stage this big, but without a care in the world, Julian simply grabbed her by the arm. In a quieter corner, he whispered the plan to her. He wanted to turn her into the literal golden light that saved the entire city. Alaric would launch a barrage of golden, anti-curse projectiles at her, granting her a shimmering divine glow for a few hours. It sounded too simple to be real. "Wait," Serafina asked, eyes wide. "Are you saying I'm actually the target of this ability?" The hero apologized immediately because that's exactly it. He promised her it was completely harmless to humans, though. He told her that if she was too uncomfortable with the idea, he'd stop the whole plan right then and there. But she had already promised to help. Serafina took a breath and offered herself up to do whatever it took to keep his secret. Alaric asked one last time if she was sure. When he heard no protest, he simply whispered a quick thank you. To honor her determination, he went all out, firing an energy blast so powerful it sent the girl's hat flying across the room. And just like that, with the hero's golden magic in full swing, Serafina stepped outside to be praised by the entire population. Watching the show from the shadows, Julian actually asked if the hero could move the wings a little more to the left for better lighting. Sir Alistair snapped at the boy to stop being ridiculous. These powers weren't meant to be used for cheap theater. Alaric could only sigh. He was becoming more convinced every day that Julian really just enjoys playing around with people's lives. But back to the point. The protagonist believed that with this trick, he could finally avoid the gaze of those troublesome elite adventurers. However, just as he started to relax, Sir Gilbert appeared and apologized for the interruption, leaving both of them completely speechless. Without a shred of formality, the old veteran demands a private word with our hero, leaving Alistair to play it cool while asking what could possibly be so urgent. Lord Gilbert isn't playing games, though. He tells him to drop the innocent act immediately because they both know exactly why he's standing here. The truth, the old man wants to speak with the real savior, the one who actually broke the demonic curse over the city of Oakhaven. A bit shaken, the hero wonders if his secret is officially out, stealing a worried glance toward the chaos unfolding outside the walls. Gilbert shrugs it off, admitting he won't judge the deception since the crowds are too busy focusing on the girl to notice the truth. But make no mistake, the veteran knights stationed at the West Gate, they aren't so easily fooled by a pretty face and a clever lie. Plus, there were plenty of elite members from the Order of St. Jude watching everything go down. Arthur steps in, asking the Lord not to think poorly of their choice, but Gilbert quickly clarifies he isn't there to judge, which only makes the boys more curious about his real motive. No more mysteries. The old man cuts straight to it, asking if they had any idea what was happening at the East Gate while they were distracted by the commotion. To put things in perspective, before the situation could spiral out of control, Gilbert had sent a covert unit to handle the shadows. Then comes the shocker. At the exact moment the abyssal beast hit the West Gate, another massive army attacked the east. The boys immediately panic, asking if the city was leveled. But Gilbert tells the hero to take a breath. He handled the entire East Gate offensive by himself. Not a single soul was scratched. Althea is stunned, praising him as a true grandmaster of the order, even with every knight diverted to the other side of the city. This legend still managed to hold the entire eastern line completely alone. Regardless, Gilbert gets back to the point. A coordinated strike on two fronts means a mastermind is pulling the strings, and that realization hits Alistair like a ton of bricks. Arthur sees it too. Everything about these attacks is wrong. That cursed creature was something he'd never even seen in the ancient texts. Driven by curiosity, he'd even questioned the veteran mercenaries on the field, but not a single one recognized the beast. The boy is certain of one thing: that monster wasn't a local threat. It's also way too suspicious that a creature that massive just appeared out of thin air. So, the most terrifying theory is that someone summoned it directly into the heart of the battlefield. This means someone with epic tier magic is planning Oakhaven's downfall, and they've officially put a target on the city's back. If a full-scale invasion is coming, Gilbert knows they need to turn Oakhaven into a fortress, and fast. And that brings him right to our boy, because he knows Alistair is the key. He needs Alistair to establish his own knightly order in Oakhaven immediately, so they can fight alongside the Order of St. Jude. Arthur tries to be practical, mentioning that the red tape and procedures to form an official order are a total nightmare. But Gilbert has already pulled strings with the High Council. He's cleared the path, and now he only needs two things from the hero. The first, the boy has to face him in single combat to prove he's actually worthy of being a commander. And the second is simply completing the first impossible task he's assigned. Gilbert looks Alistair in the eye and asks if he's up for it, and obviously, our hero doesn't blink, seriously accepting the duel. For the old man, that's exactly the answer he wanted to hear. Down at the High Council's training grounds, Gilbert announces to the world that it's time to dance. Usually, they'd use blunted practice swords, but Gilbert knows wooden toys can't measure Alistair's true potential. We're talking real steel, and a real fight with the genuine intent to kill. That's the old man's proposal. To show he's not joking, he lets his aura explode, ordering the boy to come at him with everything he's got. Once again, Alistair doesn't back down. Out of respect for the legend, he unleashes his own power, giving a sharp nod. Now, standing face to face, the tension is unreal. Arthur raises his hand, drops it for the signal, and finally shouts for the duel to begin. In an instant, Gilbert blurs like a bolt of lightning, lunging toward the protagonist's flank with a deadly serious strike. He's literally praying his blade won't end the boy right here. Somehow, our hero blocks it, but it's a struggle. He's only tier 100, while Gilbert is ruling the field with double that power. Looking at that massive level gap, there's zero chance of a conventional win, and Alistair is sure the old veteran knows it. Therefore, this whole test isn't about winning or losing. It's about seeing if Alistair can actually survive and fight under this much pressure. If that's the game, our hero is ready to play. He charges forward at blinding speed, letting out a roar while the old man stays cold as ice. Alistair strikes with every ounce of speed he has, but Gilbert doesn't just block the blow. He parries so hard that the boy's sword goes flying. Left with no other choice, Alistair reaches into the void to summon the sacred blade through a sudden weapon shift. Arthur's new blade whistles through the air, nearly taking Sir Gilbert's head off. The old knight barely ducks in time. Our hero jumps on the opening, closing the gap for a killing blow. But disaster! Gilbert parries so hard the hallowed blade goes flying. He's not done yet. Arthur's eyes flare with pure grit as he reaches for his daggers. A blade streaks toward the old man's throat. Close, so close. But Gilbert just reads the air, dodging every single throw like it's nothing. Arthur lets fly with a final toss from a distance. Still nothing. Gilbert's guard is like an iron wall, absolutely impossible to crack. Wait, Gilbert realizes it a second too late. Those knives were just bait. Arthur has completely vanished from his line of sight. "Take this!" Arthur screams from the heavens. He's facing a monster 100 levels higher, but he slams down with a strike that absolutely levels the training grounds. Edward's jaw is on the floor. Level gap be damned, Arthur's growth as a knight in such a short time is just unreal. The dust settles, and Arthur is gasping for air. That move took every last bit of his stamina. He's at his absolute limit. He can only pray that one strike was enough to end this. Then the dust clears. Sir Gilbert steps out, bloodied and battered, but he's laughing. He's actually enjoying this. Not gonna lie, if they were on equal footing, That attack would have been fatal. Gilbert knows it too. That's all the proof the old knight needed. He finally acknowledges Arthur as a true warrior of the kingdom. Arthur breathes a thanks, but the party's just starting. Gilbert's got one more trick, his final attack, and Arthur has to survive it. Suddenly, the ground starts trembling. The air gets heavy with a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. Even Edward is trembling. He knows what's coming, and he can't believe Gilbert is actually going to use that move right now. The old man activates his epic skill, Demon's Descent. His power, it's going through the roof. "Hold on tight, boy," Gilbert roars. "Give me everything you've got or you're dead in 15 seconds. Arthur is standing there in total confusion. He has no idea what this Demon's Descent skill even does. Edward screams from the sidelines, "Get out of there! That move doubles Gilbert's level for 15 seconds. Arthur's heart stops. The reality of that information hits him like a freight train. Do the math. That puts this old monster at level 400. Absolute insanity. Gilbert's blood is pumping with pure excitement. It's been ages since he got to cut loose like this with a comrade. Honestly, Arthur already passed the test. He's shown more than enough to prove his worth. But Gilbert is greedy. He wants to see how the boy fares against 15 seconds in pure hell. Arthur was *2* good. He accidentally woke the beast inside the old knight. In a literal blink, Gilbert teleports right in front of him. Bam! A brutal kick straight to the solar plexus. Arthur doesn't even have time to feel the pain before the world turns white. He's launched like a rocket, smashing through the stone walls as Edward watches in pure horror. The destruction doesn't stop. He crashes right out of the building where a leaner sees him flying by and wonders what on earth is happening. 10 seconds left on the clock. Gilbert, still in his frenzy, dares the boy to stand back up and withstand the storm. Gilbert doesn't wait. One step, a massive leap, and he's diving back in for the kill. Arthur's head is spinning. He's dazed, confused, and can barely remember why he's even fighting. 8 seconds. Gilbert is closing in. At 7 seconds, Arthur is ready to quit until he hears two familiar voices. It's Lily and Miles. They're watching the whole showdown from outside the high citadel. 6 seconds. The memories start flooding back, the day their home was invaded and everything they fought for. Now a leaner is screaming his name too. 5 seconds left, and Arthur finally snaps back to reality. He has a city to protect, a guild to lead. That conviction, it's the fuel he needs to move again. 4 seconds on the clock. They're about to collide. Arthur swings his sword, desperately trying to keep the monster at bay. Gilbert keeps coming, a dark, demonic aura trailing behind him. He's rejoicing in the face of such a strong opponent. "This is my path," Gilbert shouts. "This is the result of my greatest ambition." He pours everything into his final move, the black demon flash of the Grandmaster of the Aegis. Arthur is disarmed, yet again. He realizes there's just no way he can keep up with those movements. But if he can't block, he'll dodge. Using his micro-burst skill, he commands his own hallowed blade to self-destruct. Boom! The sword explodes, the blast clashing directly with Gilbert's final dark attack. It takes the edge off the hit, but only just. Arthur is still sent spiraling, crashing hard into the dirt. Face down in the dirt and battered to his core, Alaric desperately commands his sentient armor to scan for legendary skills, anything to replace the blades he left behind in the training hall and mend his shattered seraph wings. But the grimoire's system pushes back, warning him that burning his progress for a level conversion right now is a path to absolute ruin. Alaric knows the risks better than anyone, but the battlefield doesn't care about his levels. If he's going to survive this, he needs cold steel back in his hands. With no other choice, he pulls the trigger, sacrificing 90 levels in a heartbeat just to force the weapon restoration ability into existence. The conversion ignites, and in a flash of blinding light, both his sacred longsword and his black katana materialize from thin air. Armed and dangerous once more, Alaric stares down the shadow beast and Sir Gilbert, daring them to step up, because with these two blades, he's ready to end this. He tells himself he just needs to hold on for a few more seconds. convinced that if his heart keeps beating, his body will find the strength to stay in the fight. But then, life has other plans. Our hero collapses right at the old man's feet, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Sir Gilbert finally calls off the onslaught, as the grueling 15-second trial has finally reached its end. Sometime later, Alaric bolts upright in a total panic, his mind still stuck in the chaos of battle. He's literally screaming about the test until he blurs his eyes and realizes he's back at the base. Liana is the first one at his bedside, looking more relieved than ever. She tells him that she and Millicent were just out shopping when they saw him. Get this, literally falling out of the sky like a broken bird. Talk about a heart attack. They were terrified for him, though Alaric vaguely recalls seeing their faces for a split second while he was fighting for his life. Millicent rushes in next, clearly glad Alaric is still in one piece, but she isn't shy about telling him just how much they freaked out. Myra chimes in too, saying she never expected the two of them to smash through the fortress walls and come crashing down right on top of their heads. Alaric immediately apologizes for the near-death scare, but when he asks about the result, Sir Gilbert steps forward with the news. He actually passed. Turns out, by the time our boy blacked out, the clock had already run down. The terrifying abyssal awakening had finally worn off, and surviving 15 seconds of that nightmare with such minor injuries was something no other knight in history had ever achieved. Finally, Alaric can breathe. He's actually happy for once. But the second he tries to celebrate, a sharp pain shoots through him, and Ainsley points out that the old man clearly has a few more things to get off his chest. Under a bit of gentle pressure from the group, Sir Gilbert finally breaks his silence, reflecting on how he let his own knightly bloodlust get way too out of hand. He truly lost control of his power during the duel, and offers Alaric a sincere, heartfelt apology for the overkill. Apparently, Ainsley had already given him an earful, making it clear that if anything had happened to Alaric, the blame would rest solely on his shoulders. Seeing as Alaric is the literal savior of the city, Sir Gilbert is feeling pretty ashamed of himself right about now. Anyway, getting back to business, the old man announces that the first trial is officially cleared, but once Alaric stops seeing stars, it'll be time for Phase 2. Alaric wipes the sweat from his brow and asks if the next task involves some kind of high-stakes, suicide mission. Sir Gilbert nods. It's an expedition to the ancient ruins buried deep in the eastern sands of Dornfell. The place is whispered about as the ancient crone's sanctum, and judging by the look on Myra's face, she's heard the ghost stories. Gilbert explains it was once the lair of a legendary witch, but these days, it's nothing more than a sprawling tomb for the most vicious monsters imaginable. Naturally, Alaric wants to know what kind of beast they're hunting, but here's the kicker: nobody knows. Over the last few days, a massive, unnatural surge of magical pressure has been leaking from the sanctum's depths. This corrupted mana is driving the local monsters into a blind frenzy, causing them to butcher any merchant who dares to pass near the city. The source of the energy is a complete mystery, but one thing is for sure: it's definitely not natural. Based on the sheer weight of the magic, they're estimating the threat level to be at least level 300. Alaric's jaw drops. That's way more powerful than the beast that nearly leveled the village. Sir Gilbert warns him that the ruins are a straight-up death trap. Every adventurer who's tried to clear the place has either turned back or never came out. No one has ever reached the bottom. But looking at the kid who just survived his own onslaught, the old man is confident Alaric can actually pull off the impossible. So the mission is official. Alaric is to infiltrate the crone's sanctum and eliminate whatever is causing this magical disturbance. That's the challenge Sir Gilbert has set. Now the only question is Alaric ready for what's waiting down there? Far away, in a place where the sun never shines, a signal echoes through a dusty library where a figure with skeletal hands waits in the dark. It's the Witch of the Void herself, and as she hears the distant sound of approaching footsteps, she realizes her home is about to have another visitor. And if there's one thing you should know about her, it's that she's not exactly the welcoming type. She's absolutely fuming, possessed by a dark urge to wipe every single intruder off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, in the scorching eastern desert, our group finally arrives. Alongside Ainsley and Myra, Alaric stands at the coordinates Sir Gilbert provided. They're standing right at the mouth of the abyss, the entrance to the ancient crone's sanctum. A little while later, Arthur is gathering supplies from the dirt when he looks up and asks Millicent if she is truly certain about this journey. Our hero is clearly worried about her safety, but she just smiles. She is officially a certified level 10 adventurer now, and she is not going anywhere. To make sure she could actually stand by his side, she went through the grueling process of getting certified by the High Administrative Council of the Kingdom. She and Lady Lillian already know the truth about why Arthur fled his home village. They heard the whole story from Sir Alastair. Hearing the details makes the girl realize just how noble Arthur truly is. The cold, hard truth was that he went into exile completely alone, purely because he refused to let his friends get dragged into his own dangerous mess. But Millicent is done being left behind. She is determined to become powerful so she can stay right there with him, which honestly catches Arthur completely off guard. Arthur tries to talk sense into her, pointing out that the ancient witch's crucible is way too lethal for a rookie sitting at only level 10. That is when Millicent starts to lose it. She cannot wrap her head around why a legendary hero like Arthur is stuck at the exact same level as she is. Arthur explains his unique soul absorption gift, but Millicent counters by revealing she has an epic ability of her own. Basically, they both need to grind for experience if they want to get stronger. And to get that experience, she has to take on the high-stakes missions. Arthur hears her out and realizes, yeah, she actually has a point. Millicent is convinced that if things go south, Arthur will be there to catch her. Seeing that look in her eyes, our hero finally gives in and stops arguing. Right on cue, Sir Alastair interrupts the two, asking if Arthur is ready to move, and he gets a sharp, confident nod in return. And just like that, the party is set. 4 adventurers, 1 dangerous mission, and a whole lot of uncertainty as they head out. They descend into the dark, reaching the first layer of the ancient witch's crucible. Lady Morgana instantly senses the heavy mana in the air. This is a level 120 zone. This place is definitely not for the faint of heart, and Sir Alastair feels the same crushing pressure. Alastair warns that Arthur needs to claw his way back up in levels before the true master of this domain decides to show its face. If a level 300 monster crawls out right now, they are all dead meat. To be honest, Alastair was banking on finding some smaller mobs along the way to help Arthur power up. But there is a problem. Ever since the battle with the Cursed One, most of the local monsters have tucked tail and fled the area. Suddenly, movement. Their first underground enemy emerges, a level 50 iron vanguard golem with massive, crushing hammer fists. Arthur actually looks excited. Finally, an enemy he can use to start reclaiming his lost power. Sir Alastair steps up, telling the boy to hang back while they soften the golem up for him to drain. The machine does not wait. It charges with terrifying speed, swinging its massive arms and slamming the ground with a force that leaves a massive crater in the floor. Arthur shouts out in fear for his friends, but Alastair just tells the kid to relax. They are elite, high-ranking knights of Dunsmore, after all. A tin can like this. It is barely a warm-up for them. Lady Morgana floats above the chaos, mocking the golem as she prepares a spell. She laughs, asking if it really thinks those wild, random swings are ever going to touch her. With a flick of her wrist, her magic shatters the golem's robotic limbs, creating the perfect opening for Arthur to rush in and steal its levels. Arthur moves like a blur, closing the distance in a heartbeat, but the machine has one last nasty surprise waiting for him. At the very last second, its mechanical head shifts and transforms into a third crushing hammer, aimed straight at our hero's face. At this speed, there is no way to dodge. He is about to be turned into a pancake. Millicent screams. She has to save him. Without thinking, she draws her blade and activates her epic ability. Lightning Fang, quick step. In a flash of light, she teleports directly behind Arthur and intercepts the golem's hammerhead with a desperate strike. Arthur yells out in pure terror because she is putting herself in the line of fire for him. Because of the massive level gap, her blade cannot pierce the metal. She gets blasted back, landing right on top of Arthur. He quickly checks on her, thanking her for saving his life, which makes her beam with joy. Arthur admits he never saw that head transformation coming, and he honestly praises her for having such incredible instincts. The golem is absolutely livid now. It lunges at Arthur, desperate to land one solid hit on the boy. But Arthur is too fast. He slips away, mocking the machine, telling it that a hammer that slow is never going to catch him. There is just one issue. Arthur cannot land a finishing blow because his level is still too low to pierce the defense. He is stuck wondering how to actually kill this thing. From the backline, Lady Morgana shouts a hint. These golems always have a glowing energy core hidden deep under their chest plating. Arthur asks how they are supposed to get through that thick armor. Alistair's answer: simple, we just rip it off with raw, brute force. Arthur gets the message. He tells the others to hold on tight because things are about to get a little bit wild. As the golem swings again, Morgana drops a magical hammer blow right on its skull to stun it. She promises to back him up, and that is all Arthur needs. He lunges in, finds the cracks in the metal, and begins tearing the armor plates open with his bare hands. Finally, the machine's glowing heart, the central energy core, is completely exposed. The golem is still trying to fight back, and Alistair bellows for Arthur to end it now. Arthur does not hesitate. He drives his sword deep into the core, the crystal shatters, and the massive machine finally goes dark and collapses. Victory! With the final blow dealt, Alistair feels his strength surge back, hitting level 60 once again. Lady Alara is stunned, absorbing power from a hunk of steel. But Lady Mina explains the truth. That machine is actually a mana beast piloting a metal shell. These clockwork sentries are self-sustaining, fueled entirely by the raw magical essence stored within them. It is essentially a golem brought to life by sorcery, a concept far easier for Alistair to wrap his head around. Suddenly, Sir Cedric's voice booms through the hall. Look out! 2 more steel sentries are closing in fast. But Alistair is back at level 60 now. He charges headfirst into the fray, finally able to unleash his true strength. With one powerful strike, he hurls the first machine into the second, a perfect domino effect that sends them both reeling. One of them cracks under the pressure. Not wasting a second, Alistair lunges forward and drives his dagger straight into its glowing core. Just like that, the master of the shadow plate reaches level 110. The second monster lunges, but the wings of the saint erupt. The holy blade flashes into his hand, and Alistair bats the attack away. No more games. Without breaking a sweat, he shears off the machine's heavy hammer arms and obliterates it with a single, brutal strike. His power skyrockets to level 160, miles beyond the strength he had when they first entered these ruins. But the victory is short-lived. A sudden chill of danger spikes. A hail of projectiles is screaming toward him. Lady Mina leaps in front, shield raised high. She snaps at him to stay sharp and never let his guard down in a place like this. A second wave has arrived. They're not like the first. There are dozens of them, bristling with heavy weaponry and programmed to exterminate. These are level 50 assault units, faster, deadlier, and built for war. On command, the slaughter begins. A shimmering magical barrier snaps into place, barely shielding the 4 of them from the barrage. Individually, they aren't much, but with so many of them attacking at once, their power becomes a nightmare to deal with. A signal pings between the units. The machines are communicating, reporting that their targets are high-level threats that must be purged. Stay alert, someone yells. Amidst the chaos, Lady Anya points toward a dark opening, a potential safe zone. They bolt. Down a long, winding corridor they run, lungs burning, never once looking back at the clicking steel behind them. But the pace is too much. The level gap takes its toll, and poor Lady Millicent begins to flag, her strength fading fast. The enemies are gaining ground. Seeing her struggle, Alistair stops and turns, standing his ground so the others can escape. Time for a change. Alistair triggers a weapon conversion, drawing his 2 strongest blades to parry the storm of bolts. He is a blur of steel, deflecting shots back at the machines and shredding anything that dares to get close. He draws their full attention, a confident smirk on his face. "You really think numbers are enough to take me down?" Somewhere in the shadows, whoever is pulling the strings is getting seriously irritated. Suddenly, one of the sentries clicks open its chest plate. Alistair's eyes widen. A massive energy cannon is hidden inside. Pure, destructive mana begins to swirl and condense in the machine's core, preparing for a blast. The beam fires. Alistair throws himself to the side, the heat scorching the air where he just stood. He can still do this. Another blast. He scrambles behind a massive stone pillar as the explosion shatters the masonry right next to his head. One by one, his covers are vaporized. The rest of the group stops dead at the next massive gate, faces pale with terror. Alistair skids to a halt behind them. "Why did we stop? They're right on our heels. Keep moving." But the answer is cold and final. It is a dead end. Alistair freezes, heart sinking, as the lead robot readies its final kill shot. Shimmer, Lady Mina reacts just in time, throwing up a desperate magical barrier to block the impact. The machines close in, surrounding them. Mina stands at the front, teeth grit as the weight of the assault threatens to shatter her shield. And then, that abdominal cannon starts glowing again. This just got a whole lot worse. "I can't hold it," Mina screams, her voice trembling under the sheer pressure of the mana. Alistair decides to charge out and face them head-on. But the warning comes fast. At his current level, that's a suicide mission. The tension is suffocating. How the hell are they going to get out of this alive? Then Alistair's foot clicks onto a hidden tile. A violent purple light erupts, swallowing all 4 of them in an instant. Massive arcane circles ignite across the ceiling, bathing the entire hall in a ghostly, violet glow. Lady Mina realizes it instantly. It is a high-level arcane snare. But before they can blink, the floor vanishes, sending them all plummeting into a pit. As he falls into the darkness, Alistair realizes one thing. This wasn't just a floor collapsing. This was something else entirely. This pit wasn't some accident. It's a calculated snare. Whoever dug this is actively hunting our group, and we just fell right into their hands. Suddenly, those iron assault golems plunge into the darkness right after them, refusing to let their prey escape. One guardian swings a heavy metal fist at Sir Alaric, but he parries it perfectly, sending the hunk of junk crashing into the stone walls. Then, another one of those mechanical monsters starts raining down magic bolts on the young knight. The leader of the pack charges its core beam, deadly and focused. Lady Madeline can't believe these things are still this relentless after everything they've been through. In this tight space, dodging is basically impossible. They're sitting ducks. That's when a voice cuts through the chaos, screaming for Alaric to use his free right hand for one last desperate move. Before he can even process the plan, he shouts for Madeline to blast him directly with her Gale sorcery. She's stunned. He wants her to hit her own partner, but she catches his drift and warns him she's letting a massive one fly this time. A massive cyclone slams into Sir Alaric, but instead of crushing him, it rockets him upward so he can grab the companion's hand and sling him toward the monsters with insane centrifugal force. Alaric roars out one thing as he flies through the air. He's leaving the rest to his steel. The hero doesn't miss a beat, cleaving the first golem in 2 with his sacred blade, causing a blinding blast that dazes the remaining 2 machines. Now that he's got the high ground, the enemy projectiles are coming from right beneath him. Alaric tells them to stay put and hurls a piercing strike that goes straight through both golems like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The constructs erupt in flames directly under the hero, triggering a massive chain reaction throughout the pit. In the chaos, Alaric absorbs their lingering essence, his power surging all the way to level 360. With this kind of raw strength, he's confident he can finally crush the dark source in these catacombs. Millicent warns them they're about to hit the bottom. Madeline steps up, weaving a massive wind cushion to soften their lethal descent. The three of them touch down perfectly. Well, except for the massive explosion Alaric causes right behind them. Because his level jumped so fast, his control is totally haywire. He's literally leaking raw, destructive power. Cedric just laughs it off, saying they clearly don't have to worry about Alaric's strength anymore. Millicent squinted into the dark, wondering where the hell they even were. Just as she spoke, ancient candles flared to life all around the grand hall. While the group is trying to get their bearings, a mountain of scrap on the floor starts swirling into a single point. From the wreckage emerges that same witch from before, muttering about filthy intruders ruining her sanctuary. And if you're wondering why she's so hell-bent on killing them, she's got a very simple answer. It's not business, it's just a pure, primal hunger to kill. Alaric is horrified, realizing he's staring at a high-level automaton. He checks his status window and his heart drops. He screams for everyone to back off. This is no ordinary beast. The witch doesn't wait. She initiates the Beatrice extinction rite, shifting into her true combat mode. With a bone-chilling cackle, she twists into a nightmare puppet, shredding her own robes as she doubles in size. It's clear now. This is the abnormal source of mana poisoning these underground chambers. But here's the kicker. She's 100 levels higher than he ever imagined. This monster is known as the Shattered Sage, and it lunges at Alaric with pure, murderous intent. Flashback time, 30 years ago in the middle of the scorched wastes. There was a small oasis, and right in the center, an old sorceress found a basket with a tiny baby inside. She hesitated. Could a witch like her, someone who spent 80 years chasing the ultimate truth of magic, really raise a child? She had all the wisdom in the world regarding spells, but she knew absolutely nothing about the human heart. Back then, she looked at the world with cold eyes. She believed wise men were actually idiots, throwing away their lives just to reach the peak of power. She figured the parents had just traded their kid for something they wanted more. If she hadn't found the basket, that baby would have been reclaimed by the wild. That was supposed to be its fate. But then, the baby wailed, and just like that, the old matriarch's iron resolve began to crumble. She couldn't just leave a helpless soul like this, even if a child raised by a notorious witch would be shunned by every noble house in the kingdom. But the baby wanted to live, so the witch Beatrice decided she'd be the one to protect it. Within seconds, she named the boy Morgan, and for the first time in 80 years, both the baby and the old witch were smiling. Fast forward back to the nightmare in the present. That same figure, now a bloodthirsty puppet, strikes out with insane speed to wipe out the intruder. Alaric barely manages to dive out of the way. The beast is losing its mind, piece by piece. Just look at those fists. Each one is pulsing with a different, terrifying aura. The second Alistair tries to close the gap. Boom! A wall of fire erupts from the construct's hand, cutting his path off cold. No time to breathe, either. Another arm swings a heavy blade, nearly taking Alice's head off in a split second. It is using magic and steel all at once, complete chaos. The thing leaps right over our hero, its many hands forging spectral daggers out of thin air. But Madeline, she is on it. She drops a magical barrier just in time to shield the whole squad from that rain of blades. But of course, the monster is not done yet. It conjures a shadow beast with jagged teeth that rips through the shield like paper, pushing Madeline to her absolute limit. Then, the construct coats its blade in thick ice, prepping for one final, crushing blow. To stand a chance, Alistair shouts for Julian to back him up. And barely, and I mean just barely. The two actually manage to tank the hit. The construct starts screaming some nonsense about the meaning of death, but Alistair is not having it. "Shut up! You are the one trying to kill us." Millicent is absolutely shaking. She has no clue what kind of nightmare they are even fighting right now. Serafina feels the exact same way. I mean, it does not matter how high your level is. A puppet should not be able to cast spells like a master mage. While the steel is clashing, Arthur starts putting the pieces of this puzzle together. See, 10 years ago, this place belonged to a legendary witch named Lady Beatrice who knew every spell in the book. Word was she died naturally, but maybe, just maybe, she used magic to cheat death. And if his gut feeling is right, this automaton is not just some random monster. It is Beatrice herself, her soul or spirit trapped inside that cold metal shell. With a burst of strength, the two boys hurl the construct back, finally giving the group a second to catch their breath and think. Alice asks if the old witch was always this bloodthirsty, but the truth is, no. People were scared of her back then, sure. But she never actually hurt anyone. Suddenly, the machine starts agonizing, sparks flying everywhere as it goes through a massive, widespread short circuit. Arthur realizes the truth. That mechanical body, it is failing. The soul transfer into the automaton is literally breaking apart. This is it, the perfect time for the group to strike. But then, bam, dozens of ice walls sprout from the ground. The machine uses them to zip around at insane speeds, getting right in Alistair's face like he never even said a word. Flashback to 18 years ago. Deep in the forest, far from the town, there was a house where the lights never went out. Inside, a young girl named Margaret was busy building a machine under the watchful eye of the great witch, Lady Beatrice. Beatrice was actually impressed by the kid's obsession with these strange gears, but to Margaret, this was the only thing that made sense. She knew her own magic would never be enough to defeat a master, but Beatrice promised her that if she kept studying, she would reach the top one day. But Margaret found the old ways boring. She wanted to specialize in these automatons instead, and from that day on. The witch did not really seem interested in the hobby, but she let her do whatever she wanted. After all, she believed her goddaughter's life should be determined by the girl herself. Fast forward to 10 years ago. Margaret is older, and Beatrice is on her deathbed, telling the girl not to cry or raise her voice. Margaret was absolutely desperate, determined to find a way to move Beatrice's soul into a machine. She was just one step away from not losing her mother, but that final step felt miles away. Beatrice, in turn, just smiled and told her it was okay, and that she did not need to waste her life on this research. Her death was natural, and she was ready. She told her disciple that her future was just beginning, and she prayed that something wonderful would come to her, because she had always been such a good girl. Back in the present, the puppet is going absolutely feral, trying to wipe our heroes off the map. The young adventurers try to fall back, but there is a major problem. One of them cannot move as fast as the others. Millicent is stuck face to face with a level 400 nightmare. Alistair sees the attack coming and completely panics. Without a second thought, he throws himself in front of the blow. He takes the full force of the hit to protect the girl, and both of them go flying across the stone floor. Alistair is struggling to even stand up, which has Madeline looking completely terrified. Julian tries to keep her back for her own safety, but it is no use. She gets too close to one of those ice walls and, wham! A hidden strike from inside the ice sends her flying. Madeline is down, and Arthur is losing his mind with worry. But he does not have a second to spare for her. The monster has locked onto him now as its final target. It is a relentless barrage, and he is barely dodging by the skin of his teeth. The hits are coming fast and heavy, but the monster is just swinging its arms in total chaos. The boy thinks he might actually find a way to slip through. Then, out of nowhere, a kick. He never saw it coming. He gets slammed straight into a massive bookshelf with bone-breaking force. At this rate, our hero is bleeding on the ground and knows the truth. They are all about to be eliminated. Arthur isn't done yet. He forces himself up, eyes locked on the target, and the monster definitely notices the defiance. No more waiting. They charge, screams of pure battle fury echoing through the chamber as they collide. Arthur lands the first blow, but then he sees it, the horror. This steel abomination is leaking raw energy, and it simply won't stop, no matter how much damage he deals. Then, the weirdest thing happens. Instead of swinging at Arthur, the beast slams the ground, targeting its own massive frame. Fire erupts everywhere, and when the smoke clears, the golem emerges scorched and broken, but still moving. It's a terrifying sight. Arthur realizes right then that this thing has zero regard for its own life. Even as the metal drips like liquid wax from the intense heat, it just keeps tramping forward like a mindless thrall. This is madness. Arthur knows mindless swinging won't cut it anymore. He has to drive a blade straight through that energy core. Only problem, he has absolutely no idea how to get a clear shot at it. Still burning, the monster rains down a heavy barrage of punches. It's clumsy, yeah, but the sheer heat makes it impossible to get within striking distance. To make matters worse, those clockwork sentinels from earlier have finally caught up, swarming into the room. But wait, Arthur sees an opening. All these extra enemies, that's just a buffet for his rank-up system. One swift motion, and the robots are scrap metal. Arthur absorbs their essence, his power surging to rank 560. Now he's ready. He commands his void mail to find a skill that can actually freeze this beast in its tracks. The search hits 100%. The result, Sovereign's Bind. For 150 points, he can summon black spears to pin a weaker target to the dirt. The monster lunges for another kill, but this time, Arthur triggers the trap. The beast is fast, rank 400 speed, but Arthur is sitting at 410 now. He's faster. The strong wear the crown, Arthur growls, while the weak, they bow before the king. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒆𝒔 bind, he roars. Black spears burst from the floor, skewering the machine's limbs until all it can do is let out a metallic shriek. 10 years ago, Lady Margaret had finally finished her greatest creation. The shell was perfect, but she couldn't figure out how to bridge the gap and transfer a human soul into the metal. In desperation, she turned to the forbidden arts, the dark whispers taught by the old witch. She just wanted to live, even if it meant being trapped in a gear-driven body. But even that hope was fading fast. Finally, the ritual was prepared. The dark circle was complete. The moment her heart stopped, her soul would jump to the machine. She whispered a final goodbye, hoping that even if she lost herself to the darkness, at least her loved ones would find a way to be happy. Back in the present, the monster is howling in rage, fighting against the spears with everything it has. It's pulling so hard that its own metal joints are snapping and grinding into dust. But we already know this thing doesn't care about pain. With a horrific crunch, it rips itself free from the bindings. Arthur doesn't panic. He readies the skill again, watching the golem's every twitch with lethal focus. The monster is relentless, trying to break the perimeter once more, so Arthur doubles down on the Sovereign's Bind. "Exterminate the intruder," the machine rasps. Arthur shouts back, demanding to know why it's so obsessed with their deaths. And for a second, things go quiet. The question actually makes the machine pause. Is killing really its purpose? It struggles with the thought, but the madness inside is just too loud to ignore. Then, in a move that shocks Arthur, it tears off its own trapped arms to get free and lunges forward. It's gone completely berserk now, a whirlwind of scrap metal determined to crush anything that breathes. Arthur has no other choice. He burns his remaining energy to trigger the skill one last time, driving a spike right through the golem's chest. In that final heartbeat, the soul within remembers. Its true mission wasn't to kill. It was to protect this home until the child returned. Arthur delivers the final, crushing blow. The massive puppet hits the floor, defeated. With its fading breath, the spirit of the machine whispers one name, Margaret. It's over. Arthur stands victorious, but then his eyes catch a shimmering orb of light floating out of the wreckage. "What is that?" he mutters. Before he can react, the light zips away, disappearing through a heavy, half-open stone door. A hidden vault. Even Arthur hadn't spotted this gate before. Naturally, he has to see what's inside. But first, the harvest begins. The raw power of the fallen guardian flows into Arthur, filling him with incredible energy. Strength like this, it's unlike anything Arthur has ever felt before. He's evolved. Victory should have felt sweet, but the second Alistair's power hit rank 810. Pure agony slammed into him, driving him straight to the dirt. It was brutal. His body just couldn't handle that much raw power being forced into his soul all at once. And as he screamed, A shockwave of energy erupted from him that was more terrifying than anything we've seen yet. Shoving that many ranks into a human vessel in one go. Yeah, it was absolutely wrecking the young knight's mind and body from the inside out. Because of that, the system flagged a critical emergency and prepped a vault function, but Alistair was too far gone to give the command to activate it, meaning he was basically a ticking time bomb. Usually, that's where the story would end, but the system, it decided to break its own rules for once. It forced an override, granting temporary authority to the void armor itself, which immediately executed the command to open the dimensional vault. That massive surge of power had Alistair right on the edge of complete and utter madness. But then, with a single systematic pulse, 400 ranks were forcefully stripped away and shoved into the storage space. Just like that, the crushing weight vanished. The system redirected all that excess energy away from our hero's core and locked it deep within a pocket dimension inside the armor. Alistair finally collapsed, and by the time he managed to blink his eyes open again, he was left wondering if the armor had somehow gained a mind of its own, only for the interface to claim it was just following the master's latent intent. Since he was still half dead and dizzy, he just rolled with it. But man, he had to ask, what exactly is this vault anyway? Turns out, it's a game changer, a feature that lets him bank his ranks and pull them out whenever he actually needs the extra muscle. By stashing those 400 levels, the armor basically saved him from self-destructing right then and there. So, moving forward, our boy doesn't have to swallow every bit of power he finds. He can just deposit it for a rainy day. It's perfect, honestly. It means he won't accidentally level a city block just by walking through town, since having that much power active at once is a recipe for a total berserk meltdown. The system estimates the shock was mostly due to the sudden, violent jump in rank. If he trains his body to handle the strain, he can avoid going berserk next time, and Alistair realizes he's going to have to work 10 times harder to master this new ceiling. Suddenly, the sound of sprinting boots echoes through the chamber, and the rest of the party comes flying in to check on their leader. Millicent is practically white as a sheet. That scream he let out, it was enough to haunt anyone's nightmares. But our hero just gives them a tired grin, telling them he's fine, and that seeing everyone safe is the only victory he cares about. But then, he mentions something weird. When he finally put down the witch's giant clockwork knight, a strange light, looking exactly like a human soul, rose from the scrap metal. And as for where it went, he saw it vanish right through those massive double doors at the end of the hall. Millicent's shaking a bit, asking if they really have to go in there, but Lady Alara doesn't hesitate. The answer is a definite yes. If that light really was the old witch's soul, the nightmare isn't over yet, and the 4 of them gear up to face whatever is waiting behind that door. Being the powerhouse of the squad, Alistair takes the lead, stepping up to push the heavy gates open. But instead of a dark dungeon, they find themselves staring at a sun-drenched valley filled with lush, beautiful trees. It's so surreal Alistair actually wonders if they've been teleported out of the underground, but Sir Arthur figures it's just a high-level illusion created by the witch's mana. Even Lady Alara is floored. She's never seen magic on this scale, which I guess is what you'd expect from the most feared sorceress in history. Millicent is looking around for that soul, and that's when she spots it. A small, lonely cabin sitting at the very edge of the garden. It looks suspicious as hell, but before they can even take a step, the roof of the cottage bursts open, and another metallic knight drops down right in front of them. This robot doesn't attack, though. It calmly asks the group to sheath their swords, showing its own blade as if to say, "I'd really rather not kill you if I don't have to." Alistair's a bit confused and tells the machine to disarm too, but the robot just looks at him. The blade is literally its arm. It can't exactly put it away. Regardless, the machine explains that it has no intention of being rude to the people who just did it a massive favor. And here, that's where it gets wild. The machine introduces itself as Beatrice, the rejected witch of the old world, whose soul was finally set free when they smashed that last construct. She dropped the act and claims she's just an old woman who's too stubborn to stay dead. After a quick recap of the chaos, the witch actually apologizes, explaining that her previous body had completely lost its mind and gone rogue. Millicent's curious, though. How is she standing here in this new, smaller robot body? Beatrice explains it's an old prototype she had gathering dust in her workshop, a backup she never expected to use. But when Alistair destroyed her main body, it triggered a forbidden spell that even shocked a seasoned mage like Lady Alara. She calls it the forbidden art of the 100 rejects. Basically, it's a collection of the most taboo, dangerous spells that the civilized magic world has banned for centuries. Alistair asks if that magic is currently active, and the Clockwork Witch just nods. Yeah, things are about to get complicated. To be more specific, what just roared to life was Forbidden Curse number 95, a dark ritual designed to anchor a bodiless soul to the mortal plane. Here is the kicker. With this forbidden spell active, even if Lady Beatrice's spirit is snuffed out within this workshop, it will just jump into the nearest usable vessel, automatically. Althea catches a look on Beatrice's face and realizes the old woman isn't exactly thrilled about being kept alive by such twisted, unnatural magic. She asks the obvious question, why not just undo the spell? But the answer, not gonna happen, it's literally impossible. See, this level of forbidden sorcery is absolute. It can never, ever be unraveled by a third party once the tether is set. Beatrice clears the air immediately. She'd never use this filth on herself. She explains that she's not the one pulling the strings. She's actually a victim being hunted by this magic. Naturally, the group is dying to know what's going on. Alara steps forward, asking the million-dollar question. Then who cast this on you? The truth is a gut punch. Beatrice reveals the culprit was her own apprentice, a girl named Mirabelle. It seems the girl couldn't handle the thought of her master dying, so she went nuclear, using a spell that distorted the very laws of nature. Beatrice knows her disciple is a fool who got in over her head. She tells the group to just forget she exists, because as things stand, she's going to meet the girl herself to settle this once and for all. But wait, there is a massive catch to this whole situation. The reality is that Mirabelle never had the talent or the knowledge to wield forbidden magic. Someone was coaching her. A man surely manipulated the girl into doing this. The deal was simple. In exchange for teaching her the dark arts, this mysterious figure wanted her to mass-produce high-tier combat automata for his own army. The name was just about to be revealed when, boom, the man himself appears, introducing Lord Valerius. And yeah, our hero is absolutely floored. Valerius starts monologuing, claiming that most mages are cowards who despise anyone capable of breaking the world's fundamental principles. But for those who embrace the forbidden, they're loving life. He's completely surrendered to everything the dark arts have to offer. With a look of pure bloodlust, he explains his philosophy. Everything, from people to their deepest desires, is meant to be crushed without a hint of mercy. Then Valerius reintroduces himself, but this time with his true title, a forbidden spell user blessed by the god of malice. Beatrice is left in total shock. The monster responsible for this entire nightmare is standing right there in her domain. Valerius is a man consumed by pure greed who has no business stepping foot on her land. Beatrice snaps, declaring she won't let him leave and that he's about to regret coming here. In a flash, the witch triggers the emergency protocols, calling every combat sentinel in the region to swarm his position. But when he hears her calling for her mechanical guardians, the sorcerer just smirks. You mean those scraps of metal I've already snared in my magic? Everyone is stunned, and Valerius, he's practically in ecstasy. Then, without a shred of mercy, he obliterates every single golem in an instant. His face goes cold. Now, can we get straight to the point? He didn't come for a chat. He is there to end the life of the High Witch, Beatrice, once and for all. Faced with that kind of intimidation, Beatrice's irritation only grows. She realizes the one truly controlling the forbidden magic isn't her apprentice Mirabelle, it's Valerius. The sorcerer confirms it with a grin. The girl was just a tool who executed the spell he'd already set in motion. Which means he's the only one who can actually break the tether. In other words, he's the only man in the world who can kill her. Valerius is vibrating with joy now that the witch understands her situation. He laughs, stating that under his command, she's lost the protection of her own curse. Just like that, the sorcerer levels his staff, declaring that as soon as that metal vessel breaks, her soul will be lost to the void forever. Beatrice just stares at him. Why now? Why come for my life today? Honestly, she can't see the point. What does he gain from killing an old woman like her? Valerius explains that when he first wove the spell a decade ago, he didn't care if she lived or died. But 10 years is a long time. Circumstances have changed. The board has shifted. He claims to be executing a magnificent plan, revealing that soon blood will flow like a river through the streets of Dernhelm, the southern capital. This news absolutely rocks the entire group. Either way, Valerius is doing this because he doesn't want some old woman with a hero complex getting in his way. Because even now, in this territory, she is still one of the most dangerous witches alive. Alaric finally speaks up, asking if this man is officially the enemy. The villain just nods. That's all our hero needs to know. Alaric charges. The sudden attack actually catches the sorcerer off guard, and he barely manages to block at the last second. Valerius is actually impressed. The sheer force of the impact sends both of them skidding back, sparks flying. Regardless of whatever grand plan the villain has, the protagonist makes one thing clear: he doesn't give a damn. If Valerius tries to lay a finger on the people of Dernhelm, the hero warns him he's not going to allow it. Period. It's a literal clash of titans. The rank 500 sorcerer versus the rank 410 adventurer. However, it was only in this moment that Valerius realized what he was truly dealing with. He didn't expect to find a monster just as powerful as the witch standing right there. Lord Valerius didn't plan for interruptions, but honestly, he's loving it. Spotting a true knight in the mix is the kind of entertainment he lives for. Now that he has factored this wildcard into his grand design, our hero, Alistair, is nothing more than a plaything. Valerius proves it by effortlessly tossing him aside like literal trash. As the boy lies broken in the dirt, the villain looms over him, sneering that he won't even need his forbidden dark arts to end a life this pathetic. But then everything changes. Lady Isolde appears, throwing a massive wrench into his plans because, in his arrogance, the sorcerer completely forgot the boy had backup. Surrounded by these new threats, Valerius stops to calculate his next move with cold, clinical precision. He realizes he is at a clear disadvantage despite his immense power. He rips open a rift in reality, claiming he needs to put his affairs in order before the real fun begins. He openly admits to fleeing the confrontation, but only because staying any longer would delay his masterpiece, the blood rite. Alistair is left confused, but his companions, they look absolutely terrified. Before vanishing into the void, Valerius drops a chilling warning. If the boy truly wants to protect the city of Darrenhall, he better start running. His cultists are already moving, and the slaughter is about to begin. Cut to the administrative hub of southern Darrenhall. It's a perfect, sunny day, and the streets are filled with people. To any outsider, it looks like a peaceful paradise. But high above the cobblestone streets, on the edge of a rooftop, Valerius is watching the daily lives of the citizens. He whispers a cold goodbye to their peace, because today it dies. A young boy says goodbye to his friends and wanders into a dark alley, where a surge of pure, malicious energy swallows him whole. He becomes the spark for the first phase of the blood rite, making Valerius break into a laugh so manic it sounds like a descent into total madness. Suddenly, beacons of dark light erupt across the city. At every point, one of the sorcerer's mages stands ready with a single order: leave no one alive. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocks the foundations of the city. The goal of all this carnage is to manifest a dark god upon the earth. The shockwave is so violent it shatters the ancient seal on Lady Isolde's soul, fracturing her very core. She collapses in agony, falling to her knees and leaving our hero frantic with worry. But she gasps out for him to stay focused. Valerius has already corrupted the curse that holds her together. Her body is failing. If it breaks again, death is a certainty. Usually, her power and the curse itself are tethered to the limits of her sanctuary. In her old body, an ancient command prohibited her from ever stepping foot outside those walls. But this new body, it's free. She can finally walk the world, making the villain 𝒔𝒊𝒍𝒔 utterly worthless. Now, the only thing that matters is stopping the sorcerer's twisted vision. Panic sets in as the group remembers Valerius's threat to unleash his subordinates on Darrenhall. Isolde knows the man better than anyone, and he is definitely not a liar when it comes to bloodshed. Alistair suggests they return immediately, but the city is leagues away. Even at a full gallop, they would arrive to find nothing but ashes. However, there is one way to solve this impossible situation. Isolde asks if they've forgotten who she is. Even on the brink of death, she is still the great archmage of the old era, a name that once made kingdoms tremble in fear. Back in Darrenhall, the nightmare is already far worse than anyone could have imagined. A man cringes on the ground, begging for a mercy that isn't coming. One of the hooded figures wearing a spiral mask approaches, dark magic crackling between his fingers. Despite the man's pleas, he meets a gruesome end. His final scream is so haunting it echoes all the way to the outskirts, where young Lucia hears it and freezes. She steps outside and gasps. The sky, it has turned a sickening shade of crimson, but unfortunately, her curiosity is her downfall. A shadow looms over her as an evil mage steps out of the gloom. Another sacrifice for the altar, he sneers. He begins a soul-draining chant, and the girl can only weep as her life begins to slip away. Her agony is the perfect fuel for the dark god's manifestation, but just as she is about to break, the protagonist arrives. Alistair delivers a punch so powerful it shatters the mage's mask and sends him flying through a brick wall. Alistair screams for Lucia to get back as a second spell lunges for her, but Maeve is there in an instant to shatter the dark energy. Forbidden magic, Maeve scoffs. In the hands of a weakling like you, it's nothing but fancy fireworks. Lucia thanks them from the bottom of her heart, and Alistair lets out a breath of relief. They actually made it in time. Isolde watches the chaos, noting they were right to be terrified of Valerius's reach. After all, if they hadn't saved her earlier, none of them would have been able to teleport across the kingdom to stop this massacre. Alistair tries to give his thanks, but their mechanical companion, Ironheart, simply tells him to skip the formalities. After everything they've survived, they aren't just allies, they are brothers in arms. Throughout this absolute nightmare, the chaos was everywhere, and seeing defenseless villagers being slaughtered like sheep was enough to make anyone's blood boil. But then Sir Gilbert appeared, proving he's exactly the kind of man who'd never turn a blind eye to such madness, and without wasting a single second. He drew his blade and carved through 3 of the warlock's minions in one clean blur of steel. He saved a survivor who was inches from death, clearing a path for the rest to reach the safety guild. Up until now, the old veteran had been taking down enemies between levels 80 and 100 like it was nothing. But he knew something was wrong. Trash of that level couldn't have sparked a massacre this massive on their own. Right on cue, the maniac behind the curtain stepped out, clapping his hands and mocking the legendary leader of the Silver Sabers. Seeing the monster responsible for all this blood, Gilbert had never been this livid in his entire life, especially realizing this was the true mastermind. But as usual, Valerius just stood there, actually getting off on watching the old man's pure, unadulterated rage. He didn't even hide it, straight up confirmed he's the one orchestrating this whole twisted blood ritual. Since the old man looked confused, Valerius laid it out for him. His goal was to inflict peak agony on every human soul here before killing them. He wants the air thick with curses and laments, because that ocean of blood is the only way to summon the forbidden evil god into their world. So yeah, that's the horrific truth behind what this ritual actually means. Since they were finally face to face, The old man demanded to know if the freak also ordered that cursed beast to appear earlier. The warlock actually had to stop and think. To him, that monster was just a minor test to see how much fight the city really had left. Then he smiled, thanking Gilbert for confirming there's nobody left in this city strong enough to stop him. This city just became the perfect slaughterhouse to kick off the final stage of the blood ritual. Gilbert didn't say another word, just let his aura explode. Eyes glowing with raw intent, he declared Valerius's reign over and triggered his ultimate skill, the Abyss of the Damned. Even against a trump card like that, Valerius just laughed, reminding the old man that his level was still way too low to be a real threat. He pulled a massive weapon from a rift in space, his own aura clashing against the old man's like a tidal wave, claiming that his power was unreachable. But Gilbert just stayed calm and muttered something about 15 seconds until backup arrived, leaving the warlock completely baffled. But honestly, Valerius didn't need to understand, because at that exact second, Alistair made the call, requesting a massive level transfer of 190 ranks. Permission granted, and just like that, the kid's level shot straight into the 600s. While 𝑬𝒗𝒂𝒌𝒆𝒏𝒔 charged from the front, Alistair moved like a ghost, appearing behind Valerius before the warlock could even blink. Not far away, Arthur was venting his own fury, cutting down cultists with effortless, brutal precision. As a justice-driven adventurer, the thought of one more innocent life being snuffed out was driving him insane. But he wasn't strong enough to save everyone yet, and that helplessness, it was eating him alive. Suddenly, another fighter barked at him, telling the kid to quit standing around and snap out of it. It was Bill. He told Arthur that if he really wanted to save people, there was only one path: fight until you're too strong to be stopped. Arthur heard him, flashing a determined, genuine smile. With that, the two of them locked in together, protecting each other's backs, and proving that Bill was absolutely right about what it takes to survive. The rest of the guild did their part against the dark casters, and a bit later, Bill asked what happened to that guy in the black plate armor. Arthur looked off into the distance with a look of pure hope, saying that the kid was currently fighting on a level far beyond anything the two of them could reach right now. Back at the main showdown with Valerius, the warlock was caught off guard by a strike way more powerful than he expected. That's when our hero shouted a signal to the old man in the back, who knew exactly what time it was. He didn't hesitate, unleashing his abyssal midnight strike. But instead of panicking, Valerius's grin just got wider and creepier. He barked out a command, activating Forbidden Art number 74, turning his own life force into a beacon. Suddenly, all his minions were yanked to his location, their auras exploding with a dark energy that forced Gilbert back and left our hero completely stunned. No more mystery. The warlock explained that this forbidden seal uses the lives of his followers as a literal human shield to block any attack coming his way. Sure, losing men is a pain, but to a guy like Valerius, if you're weak, you're just trash meant to be thrown away. He noticed Alistair's level had jumped through the roof in record time, and realized he'd made a massive mistake by letting the kid live this long. Meanwhile, Gilbert wasn't about to waste his skill's duration and kept swinging with everything he had, gripping his hilt with white-knuckled intensity. 𝑬𝒗𝒂𝒌𝒆𝒏𝒔 tried to land a finishing blow, but the level gap was just too wide. The blade didn't even graze him. That's when the terrifying reality of that forbidden shield finally started to sink in. However, things were just about to get even more insane. Alaric notices something huge. That sorcerer can't spam his spells back-to-back. One look at Valerius's face confirms it. Seizing the opening, Alaric guns it, pushing his speed to the absolute limit to crush the villain before he can recover. Sensing his life is on the line, Valerius frantically retreats. Alaric calls out to Sir Gilbert, knowing they need to strike as one to end this. Like twin bolts of lightning, they launch themselves forward. They sink their power for a devastating shadow strike, cornering the wicked sorcerer at last. Panic sets in. Valerius desperately throws up a magic barrier to stop their momentum. It's a pure test of wills now, raw magic versus the sheer grit of our heroes. Suddenly, a hairline fracture appears. And then, boom, the shield explodes, sending jagged shards into Valerius as he's sent flying through buildings like a rag doll. Finally, Valerius is a mess, bleeding out from his wounds, but the psycho actually starts laughing. He's obsessed with the sight of blood. Anyway, Alaric levels his blade at the villain's throat. Together with Sir Gilbert, he warns Valerius that his reign of terror ends here, but the sorcerer just keeps cackling. He'd planned for every scenario, but he never expected these two to be such massive thorns in his side. Honestly, Valerius admits he completely underestimated what these adventurers could do. But the ritual still needs more blood, since he can't harvest the locals in his current state. Valerius decides to switch to Plan B. It's a messy backup plan that involves sacrificing the rest of his own subordinates, and the heroes can't believe what they're seeing. Desperate for blood, the sorcerer has no choice left. His eyes glow with dark magic as he begins a forbidden chant. As the words leave his lips, hundreds of glowing swords manifest above his own acolytes. This is it, the scream of death. By sacrificing his own followers, Valerius will force the ritual forward. The swords erupt, unleashing a shockwave that drives his own men into a state of total madness. While Valerius trembles with sadistic glee, his followers are brutally wiped out to fuel the dark ceremony. It's sickening. Alaric realizes Valerius is literally using the lives of his allies to replace the blood he lost from the citizens. Even after all that slaughter, it's still not quite enough for the sorcerer. But he's done being greedy. With a flick of his mind, he telepathically summons his dark scepter. Alaric charges in again, shouting that he's putting a stop to this madness once and for all. But Valerius just scoffs. He tells Alaric he should have killed him when he had the chance, because now he's got enough energy to dodge, and the long-awaited moment begins. The pain, the screams, and every drop of blood spilled are finally coming together for the ritual. On his command, the blood of the townspeople begins to hover, swirling toward his scepter. Before Alaric or Sir Gilbert can react, all that crimson energy gathers around the central crystal. Valerius is absolutely losing it with excitement as his master plan falls into place. Laughing like a maniac, he tears off his cloak and offers his own blood to trigger the summoning. If his wounds help bring this to life, then the pain was worth it. A blinding light erupts from the scepter, blossoming outward with terrifying energy. This was the artifact Valerius had spent years hunting for. Born from this chaos, its name was the Sanguine Shard. With that kind of power in his hand, the sorcerer declares he's done with this city. He's heading back to the Great Altar. There, he'll perform the largest forbidden rite in history to summon the Dark Harbinger to this realm. Alaric lunges with everything he's got, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. He demands to know why Valerius would ever want to bring a god into this world. The answer is chilling. A god summoned through this ritual is bound to serve its master. That divine power, it'll belong to Valerius alone. Without another word, the sorcerer prepares to vanish, giving one final warning. Alaric collapses, exhausted, as he watches the villain slip further into the distance. Before he goes, Valerius notices the fire in Alaric's eyes and tells him he's welcome to try and hunt him down. But he makes it clear, if Alaric follows, he'll understand exactly why he was warned. With a snap of his fingers, Valerius vanishes into thin air. Alaric swears he won't forget this, but for now, the sorcerer has escaped into the light of fate. Gilbert was certain. The location Valerius chose was the perfect stage for a world-ending forbidden curse. So, without a second to lose, the old master turns to Alaric with a shock. He's finally pinpointed the enemy's hidden stronghold. It's buried deep within the western wastes of Valdor, inside a desecrated graveyard once used to honor fallen kings. Now it's nothing but a cursed ruin known as the Whispering Crypts. Gilbert admits the truth. They can't take down this dark sorcerer alone. His plan: form an elite strike force and move out immediately. But the old man knows the Blade of Redemption Guild isn't enough for a suicide mission like this. See, Alaric is level 500, doubling the natural human limit of 250. Even so, Valerius is sitting at a terrifying level 600. Gilbert warns that even with their combined strength, a direct clash is a massive gamble. The old man asks if the final hunt is over, and Alaric simply nods. It's done. Right then and there, Gilbert officially sanctions Alaric's new guild, ensuring they'll have the full backing of the High Council. But that's not all. The old master swears an oath. The blade of redemption will stand by Alaric's side until the bitter end. Even if an army of shadows stands in their way, Gilbert's knights will carve a path through the carnage, so Alaric can finish the leader. Taking it all in, Alaric accepts the mantle of command without hesitation. Gilbert then asks a simple question. What's the guild's name? Turns out, Alaric hadn't even thought about the basics. Alaric blanks. Honestly, nothing comes to mind in the heat of the moment. So Gilbert makes a suggestion, looking toward their companion, Millicent. He sees Alaric as their true beacon of light. He knows the others have already seen that spark of hope within the warrior clad in black steel. Not just his current crew, but every soul who will follow him into the fire later on. Considering everything, the old man gives them their new identity, the Obsidian Star of Hope. Meanwhile, far across the wastes, Morgana sits alone by a flickering lantern. In the shadows behind her looms a massive, metal-plated wolf, her loyal, mutated beast. The word is out. She already knows a band of heroes is breathing down their necks. She stands up, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Her order: slaughter every single intruder without mercy. Back at the heart of the ruins, a shadow creeps toward the ancient altar. The long, bloody road to resurrecting the dark god is almost over. Today, destiny is decided. Valerius pulls out the blood crystal of sorrows, the ultimate sacrifice needed for the ritual. He'll be the conduit himself. The only catch: the manifestation takes time to reach full power. But Morgana is already on it. She promises to hold the line so Valerius can focus entirely on the dark arts. This is it. Valerius laughs, realizing that recruiting the girl was his best move yet. He slams the crystal onto the altar. Energy erupts. Valerius watches with a twisted grin as the god begins to reshape the very fabric of the world. Sometime later, a heavy carriage rolls toward the chaos, carrying the members of the Obsidian Star. Millicent mentions they lucked out with such a fancy ride, but since they're an official guild now. Alaric explains that the High Council is footing the bill for everything they need. Ain chimes in, loving the name Obsidian Star. It's got that perfect, subtle weight to it. Alaric apologizes for not letting everyone vote on the name, but Millicent just smiles. They're following him regardless. However, Ain reminds her that she's technically still signed to the Blade of Redemption, which leads to some hilarious blushing. Suddenly, the driver shouts out, the fortress is finally in sight. The mood shifts instantly. Even from a distance, the whispering crypts are leaking a suffocating, evil aura. Because of the dark barrier surrounding the place, their teleportation magic is completely useless. Even their resident witch admits the interior defenses look absolutely brutal. Heads up, Elise screams. Out of nowhere, a swarm of masked cultists surrounds the carriage. Alaric is caught off guard. Before he can draw his blade, the mages begin chanting a forbidden spell in perfect unison. Suddenly, boom, a projectile slammed into the lead carriages, reducing them to splinters in an instant. Ambush! The Knights of the Silver Dawn shouted warnings as the first wave hit. It was time for our hero to draw his blade and join the fray. But wait, I had to stop Alaric right there, because the other side had plenty of seasoned knights who could handle themselves. Realizing this, the boy decided it was better to let the veterans take the heat for a moment. So, while the rearguard descended into chaos, the remaining carriages pushed through the smoke toward the royal crypt. They finally disembarked at the gates, where Commander Gilbert, leading the Silver Dawn, checked to see if everyone was still in one piece. Alaric gave the nod. Good. No time to dwell on the ambush. The only thing that mattered now was stopping the ritual and taking down Valerius once and for all. Every night, and sellsword from both guilds charged into the dark cathedral. The heavy, suffocating air hit Alaric immediately. Gilbert warned him to stay sharp. In a place like this, death could come from any shadow. Side by side, the veteran commander and the young hero drew their steel, waiting for the first strike. They didn't have to wait long. From the high rafters, shadowed assassins began raining down poisoned daggers. Alaric moved like a blur, his blade singing as he deflected every single blade aimed at them. Gilbert barked out orders. The first squad would hold the entrance while the rest followed him deeper into the gloom. He wasn't about to let the protagonist get bogged down here. The mission was to deliver Alaric straight to Valerius. The old commander took point, clearing a path so the hero could keep his eyes fixed on the goal ahead. While the frontline knights clashed with the sorcerer's guard, the main force sprinted toward the heart of the mausoleum. Sir Alistair leaned in, whispering that the forbidden ritual was already reaching its peak activation phase. Every second counted. Alaric knew they were being chased, telling the group to leave him behind if it meant finishing the job. Naturally, the commander hated the idea, but Alistair promised they'd see this through to victory. Our hero chose to trust his comrades. After all, everyone here had their own cross to bear and a role to play. Another wave of dark mages warped in, and this time, they weren't just in front. Millicent shouted a warning as more appeared at their backs. William didn't hesitate. He pivoted to the rear, leading a heavy charge that carved through the enemy ranks with a single, brutal slash. He even laughed, mocking the sorcerers for just standing there like target practice. Back with the main group, Alaric declared he'd take the lead, leaping forward and cutting down 3 enemies before they could even blink. Suddenly, the divine oracle flashed. Forbidden magic was warping the area. But Alaric just roared that it didn't matter. His level was more than enough to crush whatever they threw at him. He looked back at the old commander. The path is open. Move. The final line of warriors sprinted forward. But then, Gilbert lunged to the side as massive, monstrous arms smashed through the stone wall right where he'd been standing. From the jagged hole, a terrifying beast began to crawl through the rubble. The mystery was gone in a second. A cursed abomination stood before them. Gilbert realized it was smaller than the last one he fought, but no less deadly. Then the ground itself cracked open. A swarm of smaller, twisted creatures poured out to join the fight. Alaric moved to help, but Gilbert yelled for him to keep going. They'd guard his back, even if it cost them everything. Finally, at the center of the crypt, Madeline shivered from the sheer weight of the foul mana. One more turn, and they could finally see the deepest chamber ahead. Alaric surged forward, but a massive tremor shook the floor as giant paws slammed down in front of him. It was a clockwork wolf, a mechanical nightmare sent by Morwenna to guard the final door to Valerius. This metal beast was known as the Azure Steel Fang, and right beside it stood the witch's most loyal disciple herself. The manifestation of the forsaken deity was almost complete. They were out of time. Morwenna wasn't moving. The wolf let out a bone-chilling roar, a gale of wind hitting Alaric as he focused on the girl's cold gaze. He didn't care who she was. "Step aside," he growled. Stopping Valerius was the only thing that mattered. Morwenna just smirked, confident in her pet. It was level 450, a true monster. But she'd heard the rumors. Alaric was level 600. That's not just strong, that's completely abnormal. She admitted she couldn't face him in a fair fight, being a technician of the dark arts, but she had plenty of ways to slow him down. Then, with another roar, a massive magic circle erupted beneath them, and the beast's mechanical parts began to glow as a sensory beam swept across the entire chamber. Clara is confused. What kind of attack was that? She feels nothing. But Arthur, he's sinking. His body feels heavy, like invisible chains are dragging him into the dirt. Seeing him like that, the girl turns to leave. She says the rest depends on Lord Belial now. He is the ultimate weapon, the crown jewel of her dark workshop, a mechanical nightmare and her greatest masterpiece. The beast lunges. Arthur doesn't miss a beat, crossing his twin blades to block the devastating impact. With a massive 150-level lead, he's feeling confident. Total victory, guaranteed. He swings with bone-shattering force. Both blades flash in the light, a perfect, lethal double slash aimed right at the construct's core. But wait, the beast barely flinches. Even with its chest torn open, it strikes back, sending Arthur flying across the hall. Suddenly, hidden gears hiss in its iron paws. The creature blurs into motion, fast, way too fast. Arthur can't even track it. Out of nowhere, a blinding beam of energy gathers in the beast's jaws. Boom! It fires point-blank at Arthur's chest. The blast levels the surrounding stone pillars, and Alina's heart stops. But somehow our boy is standing, his swords, gone, shattered to pieces to save his life. Something is seriously wrong, though. Arthur was sure that last strike should have ended this fight right then and there. I mean, look at the stats. That level gap alone should have made this a complete stomp. By all laws of combat, that monster should be scrap metal. So why is it still coming for him? High above in the gallery, Lady Morgana just laughs. She is absolutely loving every second of this struggle. Then she spills the secret. They are inside a cursed energy field. As long as Arthur is in this space, the rules don't apply. His high level, worthless. The field suppresses his power, dragging him down until he's actually weaker than the machine. And get this, the beast is forged from the rarest, most indestructible alloys in the entire kingdom. It is a battle of attrition now. And spoiler alert, Arthur's stamina is going to hit zero long before the machine does. Then Morgana drops the real bombshell. While they are playing games, Julian is still in grave danger. Arthur's heart sinks. Pure desperation sets in. No time to waste. He magically reforges his blades and charges back into the fray with everything he has left. This level 450 monstrosity is a nightmare, and only Arthur stands a chance. But at this rate, he is running out of time. The mechanical wolf doesn't give him an inch, lunging forward with its full, terrifying force once again. He's cornered, but just when things look hopeless, wham, Beatrice, the witch's own mechanical knight, arrives with a kick that sends the wolf flying. It is a massive risk, but she is standing her ground against the beast. Beatrice tells him she will hold the line, leaving Morgana absolutely speechless. Arthur, he has got a much bigger target to hunt down. Arthur's jaw drops. How did Beatrice just toss that iron titan around like it was absolutely nothing? She admits she had to overclock her mana cores, just to match the beast's raw power for this fight. But she is not here for a chat. Go, she tells him. You know what you have to do. He starts to argue, but then he looks back. His friends, their faces, pure determination, they truly believe in him. Sir Cedric doesn't even need to finish his speech. Arthur gets it. They are going all in, no matter the cost. Seeing Arthur step up like that, Cedric has never been prouder. Our hero finally understands his role in this war. And just like that, Arthur's off. He is heading straight for Malphaz, carrying the hopes of his team as the true star of the show.